I made a mistake. Hello. Hi. What's up? How y'all doing? Happy Sunday. I know I said I wouldn't see you till Monday. But apparently I don't know how to read. What up? What's poppin'? Y'all want to watch the tournament? And then do some battles? May the 4th be with you? What kind of mistake? So listen, I was supposed to do something today. And I swear, I wanted to make sure I was on... Whoa, what happened there? Oh no! Oh, okay, it's fine. It was just my eyelash. But I wanted to make sure I wasn't late. So I literally, I quadruple checked the time. And I was like, okay, I'm supposed to be present at 11 a.m. And I kept checking it, but I got the date wrong. I was supposed to be there today at 10 a.m. and the next time is at 11 a.m. So I missed it. Yeah. 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 So, hopefully they're not too upset with me. I swear I didn't, I literally was like, okay, 11 a.m. I'll be there. Which is why I was like, oh, I'm gonna stream yesterday instead of today in case like things go like run long or whatever. Because usually I stream like either this time or like an hour later. And I missed it. I missed it! Thank you so much for the 26 months. I feel so bad. I feel terrible. But here we are. Hello. 911. I've gotta go. Should have quintuple checked. Dude, I swear I thought I did. I literally... because I'm so paranoid when it comes to like times and stuff. And first I thought it was at 11:30 and I was like, oh, it's at 11:30, right? And then I checked and I was like, oh no, it's at 11. And I did that last night. And then, I kept checking this morning too, because I was like, it's at 11, right? And I kept checking and checking and checking, but I didn't look at the freaking dates! Because the messages were 2 different messages, and I was like, okay, it's at 11, but no, the first one was at 10, and now, nah. Oh, congrats, Piplup. Love that. Yeah. Google Calendar did you dirty? No, Google Calendar is foul for that. Hate that for you. But yeah, shall we watch the matches and also have some battles? It looks like we're about to go into a match right now, actually. Love that. Hello? There we go. Sorry. I was trying to tab for myself so that I could full screen this and it wasn't full screening. Alright. Google Calendar L indeed. Shush, Spotify. Shush, 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 shush. Okay. How does this volume sound? Is this too loud or is it like good?
Not be running too much of the same terrestrialization. You kind of spread out what you're doing.
It proves you're not an AI. The internet would have you think otherwise, actually. The internet seems to think I'm not real. AI's gotten real good, huh? The volume's good? Okay. Sweet. Will this let me go live today? Oh, it works today, guys. Don't worry, nothing is okay. The only thing going wrong is me not being able to read. Everything else. Photo on the internet. Stop. Listen, like I said, just don't use AI for stuff that you should do yourself. That like school stuff. I have my coffee. Okay. What do we got here? Oh look, it's a Miraidon team with an ice horse. Actually, yeah, I would like to see this because I feel like this is the type of team that I'm most comfortable with.
quite interesting.
Booey!
This
This is the type of team that I am most comfortable. Oh, I forgot to change the live goal, but thank you for the Woo, we achieved our live goal so early. Let me fix this. Let me fix this. Live goal. Set up a new goal. Edit. We'll do heart me's. Set. Okay. Save. There we go. Yippee-ki-yay. And then let me add the chat for you guys too, so you guys can all talk. Browser. And on-screen chat. There we go. Shrink it a little. Not that much. We can make it slightly bigger. There we go. Alright. Success. So early. I know. I made a mistake. I thought I was supposed to do something at 11, but I was supposed to do it at 10, and now I feel terrible because I didn't check the date. I literally quintuple checked the time, but not the date. I was supposed to be there at 10 today. I'm a terrible human.
So it's going to be then maybe single target moves to really try and get around that, or just take care of that Lunala. But
okay, all right, we're starting. See, I've debated whether starting Lunala or not Lunala, Kali I and Miraidon was like a valid start. But thank you, Paul Chua, for making me feel validated. Hi, Owen. Yeah, this is day 2. This is I believe this is top 4 right now.
That's going to be the big thing.
Welcome back, Owen.
What do you value? Damage coming out.
I'm breathing. What in the world? I know, I made a mistake. I thought I was supposed to be somewhere at 11, but I was supposed to be there at 10, so I missed it. So now I'm here. And I feel terrible, but we're watching the semifinals. So you guys get 3 streams back to back to back. What's up, King? The yellow paper they swapped is the open team sheet. So if you've ever heard me say like I hate closed team sheet, it's because like when you go to like tournaments like this, you actually exchange papers that have all of your opponent's Pokemon, all of your opponent's Pokemon's moves, their Terra type, and their held item, as well as their ability. So basically, you know everything about their team except for how their team is trained. So like you don't know like their EVs or anything or their IV stats, but you know almost everything. That way it becomes more of like a strategic game versus like a game of surprise. It's also best of 3, so you have time to adjust. But I believe the main reason they started doing open team sheet, Miraidon's such a dumb Pokemon, it literally just one-hit KOs everything. What's it called? But I believe the main reason that they started doing OTS is because they don't have a way for you to lock your team. That is a bulky Calyrex! Hello? Oh, get your lance in! Okay, Paul Chua, get your lance in! Yo, I did not expect that to just simply live like that. Bro's built different. Mood. I wasn't gonna stream today. Didn't you read the stream title, Oscar? I made a mistake! Keep up! Come on! Keep up! Your mistake is our benefit, but I know, I feel terrible. I literally, I feel so bad. I literally checked the freaking time so many times, but I should have checked the date. Lightning Rod Raichu? No, get out of here. Get out of here with your Lightning Rod. The best streamer.
And the one thing we talked about
Oi, I didn't lie. I simply made a mistake.
Is the ability to switch around. You don't have
Hi, Matt.
to Electro Drift again. You might be able
oh, bye.
to click for a Volt Switch to have
the hard swap is interessante.
Attack. We'll see what Carson wanted to opt in.
It's Bonbon.
Wellspring Mask swapping into that Miraidon slot.
Okay.
Ice Rider's gonna have to take
bye, Callie.
So not only does Carson get the KO, but he'll be able to swap out.
What was the mistake? I was supposed to be somewhere at 10, but I thought I was supposed to be there at 11, so I missed it. Which is why I streamed yesterday in case it ran long today, but it didn't even happen because I didn't show up like a fool. Like a fool. I would love to be a commentator. However, I also feel like it's very hard. Thank you so much for the follow. Headlong Rush does 3 damage into Ogerpon. There's the Flame Orb. I was gonna say probably because Guts hasn't activated.
Ability will increase the damage while it is burned. Lunala,
Who are we sending out? Okay, Lunala. Not Lunala. Sorry, Miraidon. God, the commentators are literally talking about Lunala, so I was like, Lunala is coming out. All right. All right. Okay. What are we doing?
Well, even this
What's the
Ursa
play?
Luna not only does it have that
Is he
lower
gonna go
defense,
for...
it's gonna be a little bit rough, but Terastallization has
I
already
feel like
been
he
on
kind of
the
has to
first turn, by the way.
try...
When you look at this Wellspring
I don't know.
on the
Lunala
other
doesn't have a
side of the
spread
field, you
spread
do have
move.
Reflect Up, but there also is that increased chance of a critical hit. You have the lower defense now. So there's a lot
I know they
of
are
stats
both
that we
purple.
can see now back on the field as well. This is going to be allowed Paul to go into, well, any move of choice. And it is
Running on no sleep? Bro. Mood. Hi, Aaron. Why so early? I thought I was supposed to be somewhere at 11, and I was supposed to be there at 10, so I missed it, and now I'm ready to be here, because I missed what I was supposed to be doing, unfortunately. Because I'm a terrible human.
Lunala on the other side of the field, and this is a tendency we love to see.
And I just spilled coffee all over myself.
Always trying to put himself in the best position.
It's in my hair.
Slow and steady wins the race mentality is what helps Paul.
When people are talking about bulky Pokemon, yeah, it usually means that they invested in HP or like their defense or special defense.
It's about 70% HP, and it's not
listen, I got karma'd because I literally just spilled my coffee all over my hair. Your Sunday does not sound like a fun day. I know. Miraidon doesn't have friends. Let him be.
If you want to make it past this turn, which then may lose you a lot of momentum. What is at least nice.
You're welcome.
Sorry.
Yes, I spelled it. Oscar, you gotta keep up. Come on.
Carson kind of valuing Ursa.
I don't trade, unfortunately.
At this point, and understandably so, as it can be so strong. Horn Leech from Paul's Ogerpon, only going to get a little bit of recovery.
How do you spill coffee on your hair? I tried to drink it, and it fell out of the cup. Hello? 911? When you drink the coffee, you pick up the coffee, and you tilt it, and it fell out of the cup.
Hoping Miraidon got knocked out there, so Ursa could come in for free.
I do still take fan mail. Yeah, I have a PO box.
You are going to be the slowest thing, so you
okay.
Get KO'd, and you bring the Ursa Luna in on the next turn. There's still so many turns of Trick Room ahead of you, and you're.
I need to like.
You could even just Volt Switch. And
what is happening?
Since it'll go last, the Ursa Luna gets out on the field freely, but you now have that Ursa Luna to really be.
Okay, Moongeist Beam is going into who? Okay, into the Ogerpon. So he takes out the Ogerpon. This looks like a game 1L because Bro is gonna have to fight with a low health Volcarona. I don't remember how much HP the Miraidon has though. Pause, hold on. Perhaps I've spoken too soon. How much HP is on the Mirai? See, but Volcarona has to deal with this freaking Ursaluna. And there's no more terrains back now. Okay. Never mind. I thought why did I think that the Volcarona was low health? I'm blind. Okay, everything's fine. No, I'm not. This is Milwaukee. I'm gonna be at Portland. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thanks for popping in over to Twitch.
Again, even if you don't KO the Miraidon, it would then have to lock into something.
Should I skip ads on my on YouTube? Oh, I don't know. I mean, I don't think it particularly matters on live streams. I think if you would like to skip the ads, you can. This is Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Right now we're watching one of the semifinals. Okay, we are going to Terra, Miraidon. Are we going for? Are we gonna Draco Meteor or what though? Because Lunala has Wide Guard, so like since Miraidon is Specs. Oh yeah, since Miraidon is Specs, if he locked into Dazzling Gleam, then he's kind of cooked.
and that is a one-hit KO. You'll take a little bit of Rocky helmet damage, but now Paul is down.
I think he locked it. I think he did do oh no, he Draco'd. Okay. He Draco Meteored. Okay. He got okay. But now he has to deal with Lunala. And Lunala is notoriously bulky, and it's Electric Seed. Ooh. Ooh. Moongeist Beam comes out. Oh, that does a lot of damage. That's a 2-hit KO. Draco Meteor comes out. Oh! No, it's not enough! It's not enough! It's not enough! Oh no! Moongeist Beam comes out. I think this is gonna be enough since it did so much the first time. Oh, it's not enough either! It's not enough either! No! The Draco Meteor comes out! That was crazy! 3 in a row is so wild! Oh my god! 3 in a row. He literally brought that back by the skin of his teeth. Holy. Okay.
It was a decoy, and with that rage powder as well, with a wide guard.
Holy moly. That was wild. That was. Whew. No idea what's happening. We're watching the semifinals of the Milwaukee Regional. That was actually crazy. That was a wild game 1. Woo. All right, so game 1 goes to Paul Chua. Who are y'all rooting for? Paul Chua or Carson? I think I'm going for Paul, but I'm also like maybe like a fangirl. So. Who are we voting for? Who do we think's gonna win?
You know, it's love. It connects all the Draco Meteors. You're good, and the fact that you couldn't trastlize
Mira, I don't. How do they pronounce it?
Early on, it was just so safe to click. That is such a low amount of
overstimulating. We're watching battles. Sacramento. The Lunala team. I wonder if I can start a poll. Let me see. I can't. Oh nope, that's a Q&A. Sorry, hold up. Let me see. Start a poll. We're gonna do Luna or Kali I. Who wins? Start poll. Can I start a poll here too? I have to. I think I have to tab. Oof. Thank you so very much for the follow.
But I'd be curious then with how slim of a margin that was in number 1.
Is it here? Can I not start it from here? Do I have to tab into freaking my other thingies? I'm sorry. Ugh. I don't think my mods know that I'm streaming right now, so I can't start a poll on Twitch. It's May the 4th, and yeah, tomorrow's Cinco de Mayo. Y'all going for Lunala? Y'all just want Luna to win.
I get one attack. I get one chance at setting up a light screen or a reflect.
Can I start a poll here? How do I do that? How do I do such a thing? Okay, just making sure you can't see this. Oh, I can? There we go.
But again, it was still a Calyrex Ice Rider that was able to go
quick
for the
pull.
Glacial Lance, and it was
Quick pull. Oh no, I don't know what that is. Oh god, I'm trying to do 4 things at once. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Pull. Custom. Got it. Standard. Oh, here we go. Create new. There we go. Who wins? Luna. Kali I. Save. Start. Cool. There we go. Did that. Oh! Hello! Award recognition? Nice. And if the Calyrex Ice Rider clicked the Glacial Lance, that would give the attack. Okay, we have a Swippity swap into Iron Hands. Draco Meteor! Ooh! Ooh, that took a lot of damage from Draco Meteor. Glacial Lance comes out. Yeah, that's a Vest Miraidon, so it does do a little bit less damage. Which one is the name? What do you mean, which one is the name?
Because looking at these restricted,
No, it's not Hariyama, it's Iron Hands. It's kind of like a regional variant. Like Alola Ninetales versus regular Ninetales.
so you're not taking as much from Glacial Lands, and if there is Paul does not go for the terastallization, and it
Isn't that the same? What do you mean? Isn't what the same?
So Paul having Volt switched out, if he had Electro Drift to get the KO instantly on the Grimmsnarl, it would have been done. But if you had
I'm trying to explain what Iron Hands is to someone that doesn't know what Iron Hands is. So the easiest way to explain it is a regional variant.
just got it out of there by the skin of his teeth.
No, Dandy, I think you are very mistaken. I think you should play Scarlet and Violet if you haven't, because they're not regional variants per se. I guess if you want me to get technical, they're Paradox Pokemon, so it's like a future version of Hariyama, and there's also past versions of other Pokemon. And it's actually really cool, and they're really good Pokemon. It's not Hariyama! Thoughts on using Miraidon and Terapagos? Miraidon I think is great. I think Terapagos is better. Okay! The lore behind Paradox Pokemon is cool. I know, I'm trying to explain what a Paradox Pokemon is to somebody that doesn't know what a Paradox Pokemon is. I will yell, actually. Thank you.
This is just the slimmest emergence for some of the survivals in these games. And
Do-do-do-do-do-do.
yes, there was that special
Lunala letting me let it be. I think it's because I think that Paul Chua, since he has a more like offensively aggressive team, he's able to like pick up KOs a lot easier versus like this team that feels a lot more bulk heavy. But his Cali Ice does seem to have a solid amount of bulk on it too. But like they mentioned earlier, since that Miraidon is the Assault Vest variant, it doesn't do as much damage as the Choice Specs variant. How many times am I gonna freaking spill my coffee in my hair, dude? My god! I have no idea, actually, fam.
having some sort of way to kind of protect the Miraidon a little bit. The Iron Hand, you could get a fake out onto the Miraidon.
Scream into the mic, they might hear it better.
Wellspring Ogerpon, you have a follow me and can redirect these hits. So it's gonna be
You stop following after Gen 6 and 7?
left at home, but it's actually still
Gotta keep up! Gen 9 is a great game.
now Miraidon is at full health.
There's a reason why competitive Pokemon has exploded in popularity ever since the release of Gen 9.
Possible, but I would be wondering if this is when you want to use the trash.
Bam, stop.
No, again,
Volt Switch comes out. So Shadow Shield is now broken. Meow. You stopped after Gen 4? Y'all are missing out. Y'all gotta keep up. Keep up. Keep up with the times. Y'all are too young to be turning into dinosaurs. Come on. Mirai's gonna target into poor sweet innocent. Oh, that's so tragic. Poor sweet innocent Ogerpon. Ogerpon Horn Leeches, gets back some of the HP, probably heals back up to half. Oh, just under half it looks like. Trick Room comes out. Iron Hands doesn't really mind that though, because Iron Hands is obviously slow. I know, poor freaking Ogerpon. Everybody always try to pick on her.
Iron Hands here, you now have one of these quote-unquote slower Pokemon.
Oh god, not anime Pikachu. Enough. Enough with your plot armor.
You're really not gonna get much, though you could be taking it down. Lunala will have a kind of pick of choice, but can't really.
Okay, it looks like he's gonna go ahead and Volt Switch to try to get his stats reset. Drain Punch comes out, doesn't get the chance to actually Volt Switch out, so Miraidon is down, which means that he only has Lunala left as his restricted, whereas Paul Chua still has Miraidon in the back. Dude, I know, my hair is freaking covered in coffee now.
With the Moongeist Beam into the low HP Iron Hands, that's going to be enough for the knockout here. So,
okay. Hariyama goes down to a Moongeist Beam. But what he didn't... Yeah, okay, he Horn Leeches into Lunala, gets more HP back, and it doesn't have to worry about getting hit by any electric attacks anymore. Which means that it is a lot safer on the field for Ogerpon now, since it's not going to be taking the big electric attacks.
Wellspring Ogrepon really going for more of
Miraidon is going to come out. However, the Trick Room is still up, so he is still kind of on the back foot, especially in the presence of this Ursaluna, which means he's probably going to have to follow me in order to keep Miraidon alive this turn. And he still cannot lock into a spread move because Lunala has Wide Guard. So he's kind of in a tough spot right now because the Trick Room is still up. He can't, if he locks into Electro Drift, obviously he can't hit the Ursaluna, but if he locks into a spread move, then he just gets walled by Wide Guard. So he kind of has no choice but to lock into Draco Meteor like he did in game 1. Just because Ursaluna is kind of a hard counter into Miraidon, so I think his only play is to follow me and Draco Meteor into the Ursaluna. Ursaluna is the slowest thing on the field, so it is going to move first. We do see a Terra coming out. Terra into the Miraidon. So Terra Fairy comes out. It's no longer weak to ground. But Ursaluna goes for Protect. It looks like he learned his lesson from game 1. Spiky Shield comes out. Moongeist Beam is going to go into Miraidon. Miraidon is going to live on half HP. Draco Meteor targets into a Protect. So now he has his Guts boost because Flame Orb just activated. There's 2 turns of Trick Room left, so he's literally having to swim through this Trick Room like molasses. But his Miraidon is on half health. And like I said, Ursaluna is the slowest thing on the field, so it is going to move first. So even if he goes for a follow me, his Ogrepon is going to go down to 1 hit. It looks like he saw the writing on the wall. He didn't have an out at that point. And now we're going to go to a game 3.
Successfully found his way into game 3. The hopes of moving on to top 4 in Milwaukee are still
I'm not practicing, I'm just narrating. This is like what goes through my head when I watch these.
The same, specifically looking at kind of more so the leads, a couple of these Pokemon on Carson's, and Paul switching from
the Meteor Beam or the Moongeist Beam did do a lot, yeah.
And it was definitely something that I didn't dislike. This Iron Hands
the vested Carson's Miraidon is vested. And then Paul Chua's has Choice Specs.
And being able to have a little bit more staying power with that Ursaluna being brought onto the field a little later on into the match when you already had Trick Room. You had so many turns you could protect, then pressure.
That is, the dragon is a dragon electric type. However, Life Orb Miraidon? I don't know how I feel about Life Orb Miraidon. Maybe, I'll try it. Professional hair coffee dunker on God. My hair is covered in coffee. Oh, I would love to be a commentator. Oh, look, he has a little Miraidon on his shoulder. The judge, how cute. Life Orb Miraidon is for those afraid of commitment. Literally, mood. Coffee shampoo. Hey, coffee's supposed to be good for dark hair, but I have highlights, so like.
And I think Grimmsnarl might be like the.
Why did it turn into a crystal? It terastallized into a fairy type. That's the gimmick for Gen 9. You know how like people that only played the old games had like Mega Evolution? Yeah, it's like the version of that type of thing for this game.
But stuff like this Wellspring Ogrepon, the Horn Leeches were not doing much damage. The Iron Hands can't really
do I have a mod available on Twitch to start a poll? Because I would have to tab out of this Twitch tab to start the poll myself, and then y'all would just see my entire stream manager instead of the actual game. Yeah, he changed from a dragon and electric type into a pure fairy type.
So we'll see what Miraidon and Calyrex Ice Rider can do in game 3 versus
Just coffee make your hair sticky? If it has like any type of like creamer, yeah. Thank you so much for the follow.
2 stacked players at such a stacked event and the same lead going on.
Okay, he looks like he's immediately gonna Terra and Electro Drift into Cali Eye. I think he just wants to get rid of the Cali Eye.
A game where last game, if it was something
and then Grimmsnarl is gonna go ahead and do what?
He could have lost that Miraidon on on the very first turn.
You want Lunala to win? I kind of want the Kali I team to win because I've been using it.
Knowing that, A, maybe I can't
Oh, I'm not asking for a new mod. I was asking if one of my mods is available to start a pool.
rather than later. Here is one of them terrestrializing again, Carson.
But some of my mods are on vacation.
The flexibility of changing his moves every turn.
Okay, so he did go for the Terra. You already are a mod. Shut up.
To reset that special attack drop. Grimsnarl with the reflect to negate.
Alright, Volt Switch comes out, goes into Grimsnarl. It brings it down pretty low.
There's the Volt Switch yet
And we're about to see if this Assault Vest Miraidon, with the multipliers, with the Terra, is able to take out this Kali I.
time in this game. Gonna switch into the Iron Hand.
Oh, thank you. I go to Pilates. Who said, can I be unmodded? Okay. Okay, Electro Drift comes out. Let's see how much this Electro Drift does. It's still not enough. This Assault Vest Miraidon is still not able to pick up these KOs, but this Glacial Lance should take out Grimsnarl, and he gets an immediate +1. Anchor arms. Can't see him. I'm wearing a sweater. Not the coffee dunks. My favorite restaurant? That's an excellent question. I don't think I have one. I don't really go to a lot of restaurants. Okay, Lunala comes out. Thank you so much for the follow! Kali's ability is scary. I think this is kind of like making me wary of ever trying like an Assault Vest Miraidon. Because with Electric Terrain, with Terra, and with Electro Drift, it still wasn't enough to take out Kali I. Spiky Shield comes out. And okay, it's just a double protect on Paul's side.
Yeah, might as well go for a little double protect in this spot just to sift out.
Electro Drift was gonna go into Ogre Pawn.
That's just gonna be to the benefit of the
and if he okay, and then Moon Geist Beam comes out. He didn't go for the Trick Room because I think he realizes that if he Trick Rooms, then Kali I is very happy.
Nothing too crazy. At least Paul gains.
I like Specs too, just because I feel like Specs obviously you have to commit, but like you also kind of don't have to commit when it comes to Miraidon because you can just Volt Switch. I have one pair of dunks, but I mostly have Jordan ones. Okay, Follow Me comes out, redirecting that Electro Drift. Electro Drift is going to go into this Ogre Pawn. I imagine that it would be enough since there is no special attack drops. Yeah, it is enough for the one-hit KO. Kali I feels bulky. I think his Kali I definitely has bulk investment. However, it is going to get hit by this Moongeist Beam, so it is going to be a two-hit or a double KO.
And that is a clean 2-0 turn for Carson.
And Paul, all of a sudden, in a decisive game 3, is down to only 2 Pokemon.
So now he only has his Miraidon plus whatever he has in the back that we haven't seen, and he has to fight his way through 3 Pokemon now. Okay, so it is going to be Iron Hands. The good thing is that Iron Hands can go for a Fake Out onto the Miraidon, since the Miraidon still can't protect because it's Assault Vest, right? So he either has to let Miraidon get faked out, or he can swap into something else that may be happier to get faked out. He does have Reflect Up, which means that Iron Hands is going to do slightly less damage. However, he did also have his attack boosted by the terrain, so he's still going to be doing a significant amount of damage. It looks like he is gonna go for a Draco Meteor into the Iron Hand slot. It's gonna be a double up into the Iron Hand slot. I think that they realize that the Iron Hands is gonna be the biggest threat. And then Electro Drift is going to go into the Lunala to break the Shadow Shield. So now Lunala is gonna have this Moon Blast go into Iron Hands. Iron Hands is gonna take a good chunk of damage.
Any damage. Remember, it's not Terra Fairy or anything like that here in this game. Carson does have that, or if we anticipate Carson with the Ursaluna in the back for a Trick Room.
The animation was disrespectful.
It's kind of just baiting him with Iron Hands on the field, who would
Digimon
Ursaluna in Trick Room and hit it with Drain Punch into the normal typing.
Okay.
I'm even looking at
a sleepy Espeon plushie.
Now you know Paul has just locked into an electric type move, right?
So now,
The partner Pokemon, your final
if his last Pokemon is Ursaluna, Paul is kind of in a really tough spot because he did lock into Electro Drift. So if he locked into Electro Drift and Ursaluna's in the back, he will never be able to hit the Ursaluna. He is going to go ahead and go straight with an Electro Drift into the Lunala, since we know that Lunala is going to be a big threat. Draco Meteor is going to go into Iron Hands. Iron Hands is going to live. And he is going to go for a low kick, and it's going to go ahead and be enough for the Miraidon. Miraidon and Koraidon are both very heavy, so low kick does about half when they're at full health, so that was a guaranteed KO there. When's your vacation? You've been on vacation. So the last Pokemon is going to be Ursaluna, but since the Trick Room's not up, that means that Iron Hands is going to be able to outspeed, but Miraidon can never touch it, so that means that Paul Chua is going to have to deal with Ursaluna only with Iron Hands. And is that going to even be enough? Iron Hands is so low. And I don't know if he's going to be enough to be able to KO this Ursaluna before it can KO Iron Hands.
Iron Hands has a chance to hit it super effectively with a Drain Punch. You have to protect this first turn potentially here to just keep yourself safe and activate the Flame Orb.
He is going to go ahead and Terra, and it is going to be the Terra Water. I don't think that's going to keep him safe, though. I don't think Terra Water is going to keep him safe. Not after a Guts boost. All he has to do is protect, get his Guts boost, and then what is he going to do?
You can get the Flame Orb, you get the information, and you just...
Oh yeah, we're watching the regional.
Before we get to see the face-off between the Iron Hands and the Ursaluna.
Yeah, Miraidon is a spectator just like...
Miraidon is a spectator is wild.
It does look like Miraidon is looking like Iron Hands, you better clutch this right now. Paul Chua wants to move on.
I think this might be wraps. I think this might be enough. The play is to target down the Iron Hands, yeah, with Facade. Electro Drift does nothing, obviously, because it's immune. Iron Hands goes for low kick. No, it's not enough! And it looks like this is going to go ahead and lock up game 2 for Carson, and it looks like Lunala and Miraidon is the winner. No, I didn't. What did I miss in the Joey match? I think that they did need to Drain Punch too, yeah.
There's the battle is canceled. Congratulations, Carson Confer, knocking out the Titan that is Paul Chua.
I don't think it would have lived even with a Drain Punch, to be completely honest. I think maybe I think he kind of had to pray for like a crit on low kick.
Feature too many changes in these Pokemon to play out so drastically different in all three is always such a treat. We've only really gotten to see changes from Paul's end between the Iron Hands and the Volcarona, and Iron Hands that I like that adjustment, you know, but the Iron Hands just not.
That was wild. That was a crazy game.
And having taken so much damage.
4-wheel drive Ursaluna comeback is great.
In the Moon Blast, but that was all those two restricteds really needed to do.
Oh man, isn't it Luca? Isn't Luca literally undefeated? Isn't he like 13-0 right now?
Even if it gone for a Drain Punch, you had taken so much, you still would have been in.
Who won? Carson.
Really tough one, but what a well-played match from both of these trainers.
It looks like whoever voted for Lunala was the winners.
That match, we see the Ogre Pond. Paul looked like Paul might not have anticipated that being a one-hit KO. Maybe
I don't know if there's a Terapagos in the finals. We'll have to see.
Most of the time, who knows how these two Pokemon are trained, but the Munala with the follow-up, that was a huge turn for Carson.
Of course the stream audio is doubled. There's people talking that aren't me. No, it's not the finals. This is the semifinals. There's a Terapagos Shadow Rider in top 8. We'll see if it makes it to top 4. Or this should be deciding top 4.
Iron Hands right there. And one of those things that's been really nice about seeing this new Miraidon set, maybe it's not the damage dealer, maybe it's not doing nearly as much.
Refresh your stream. Whenever people say that their stream audio is doubled, it means they need to refresh their own streams because nobody else said anything.
You're able to change the moves, and the Miraidon on Paul's end, well, could never. There's the spectator that watched in the end as the Iron Hands gets taken down, and yeah, at that point you can't.
Miraidon gonna give Iron Hands an earful. Oh god. Let's put our hatred for each other aside and hope for her Sturtle. Fine.
If it was the dazzling gleam, it could have just
What's up?
special attack every turn.
Yeah, you
right?
would then be relying on the critical hit.
Tuna?
Just doing enough since you have the choice specs. You could do.
Cali Shadow's kind of dying off, I'm not gonna lie.
Really, really tough decision.
It is dying off,
Electric was
unfortunately.
close. You got rid of the restricteds, but Iron Hands just wasn't good enough this time around.
Man, this is what I love about VGC at the highest levels here. When we have the
Back to work.
trainers, especially in a format like this, I know there's some trepidation
Who
when
works?
the restricteds come back and the duo
Me.
restricted. They're so powerful. One hit KOs left and right, but this
I
is
like
a lot
his
of fun.
Clefairy pin. How
I'm so excited
cute.
to watch these matches. The stakes are, it's just
Does she
all
have
enjoyment for us. We're
Butterfree hair clips? Yo, chat, somebody gotta find where those are from. I want Butterfree hair clips. Pause.
Thank you so much, Joe. I'm here with Carson Confer, who just locked in his second top 4 in as many weeks as you were just in Monterey as well, right?
Yes, I got second there. I lost to Riley in the finals.
So tell me about that. I mean, what restricted Pokemon did you use, and how was that run?
I am doing overtime.
So I used a Koraidon team.
Really? There's a Yu-Gi-Oh stream?
Koraidon teams that have been popular this weekend.
Okay.
I thought mine was a little cooler because it had a tank attack.
He looks like he had a very stressful time.
That team, I worked super hard on it.
He just like me for real.
Who,
I don't know how much time it is in between matches.
A very good tournament here, so
They usually have a
we worked together
countdown.
on that last team,
Whack.
and yeah, it was a fun tournament. Got second. Had a good time in Mexico.
Oh wow,
Awesome.
thank you,
Well,
Fernando.
You're certainly not running Tinkaton here, and I didn't see a Koraidon on the
Don't,
field either,
hey,
so
you know,
how did you
once you start getting mad at the game, that's time to take a break. Because you don't play as well when you're upset. I know, I need the Butterfree hair clips! Why is the Ditto literally, like, flying next to the Pikachu? Why is Bro sideways?
Lost his winning in versus Galway for top cut. But I kind of just...
I'm not ordering anything from Temu! You know how expensive things are gonna be from Temu now? Nah. The Slowpoke is me. Mood! No, I don't want a Ditto team. I feel like I would be bad with the Ditto team.
Did as well as I could.
Yeah.
Although, do we have a countdown to when the next match is? Is she wearing a chili pepper as a necklace?
Started on Monday, I think.
Hello?
Not too long.
Do you have any advice for anybody?
That's what. That's why whenever I go to tournaments, I always like go into a corner if I have like a bad round, and I had to like collect myself because like I feel like if you're upset, you don't play as smart, and you play like too crazy sometimes.
They only have 4 days. What would your advice be?
So if you see me in the corner at Portland, just know that I probably had a bad round.
All my prep is the week of the tournament. I kind of like to wait.
No, I don't need a Snicker. I don't even eat Snickers unless it's the ice cream.
I probably do.
$132 for the Butterfree hair clips is actually foul. So if we ever encounter Diana in a corner, bring coffee. Actually, I would enjoy a coffee. Yeah. At Portland, in between rounds, you'll either find me in a corner, or I'll have my headphones in, and I'll probably be on my phone, because I'll probably be blowing up the team building group in Discord, being like, this freaking Pokemon didn't knock out this, and I got critted, and blah, blah, blah. Like, yeah.
Yeah, I did.
That'll be me. That'll be me blowing up the team building group.
Went to dinner and hung out with friends, but
About things that are out of my control.
Andrew actually prepared
Why is
super hard to
Pikachu
do
extra shiny?
15 games, like battling
Kiwis?
Yeah.
I like kiwis.
Andrew was using our team, and then
Did somebody say ice cream?
using
Snickers
our
ice cream sounds
team. There
amazing.
was a number of really strong players on that team.
Except right now it's 59 and cloudy, so maybe it doesn't sound amazing.
I think they would have both gone really far, but they had to play in top 16
Yeah.
with the full mirror. I think William Brown.
I wish they had this lighting when they interviewed me at the LA regional when I had my godforsaken Zuko eye and I look like I'm half dead. I'm all puffy like that. Like, I look like a freaking creature of the deep in that interview.
Listened to what they said to do, and it worked out. So pretty happy.
All right. Well,
In your opinion, is Miraidon still that much better than Core? I think it's even. I really do think it's even. I think that they both have their merits. For starters, it's a speed tie. Secondly, they play very similarly because they just want to go ahead and take as many KOs as they can before they simply pass away. And I think that they enable different Paradox Pokemon. Like, obviously, Miraidon enables Iron Hands, and then Koraidon enables, like, Fluttermane. So, like, I don't know. I think that they both have their merits, especially since, like,
rest of my family.
I don't. Sometimes I feel like I like Koraidon more than Miraidon because I feel like Koraidon is just punches things and deletes things.
To Gambito and Tub for just helping me.
I did look like a creature of the deep, dude.
Yeah, that's it.
Oreo ice cream. You know what I would love actually is Oreo Dippin' Dots. Maybe I'll go to downtown Disney later since it's May the 4th.
Incredible builders that have gotten top 4 and obviously beyond at 2 tournaments this season. So congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
And we're gonna be back with another top 8 match after a short break here.
A short break?
Everybody.
Ain't no way. Electric terrain gives you additional protection if you can't fall asleep. That's correct, yeah. You cannot sleep, so, which is why a lot of the times you'll see, like, a Trick Room mode on Miraidon teams, because they're then immune to Spore in case of, like, an Amoongus on the other side. But the sun also has its own added benefits. So, number one, it enables the past Paradox Pokemon, so things like Raging Bolt, what's-her-face, Fluttermane. And then secondly, it also halves the amount of damage that you take from water moves, so it nerfs any, like, Kyogre teams as well. Misty Surge? No.
Let me think about the last one, yeah.
You see me in the corner? I'm not there.
Oh, yeah.
Now, tell me the 6th
Yeah, so, and then Sun also makes moves like Bleakwind Storm or Sansia Storm less accurate.
Zacian, without the crown. And then we had Cresselia, and then last one, Ogerpon Water, yeah.
If we see you in the corner, can we say hi? Yes. Yes. If you do see me at a regional, I'm not saying don't come up to me. Like, I'll, like, say hi. I will say hi. I'm not that mean. But I'm just saying I do hide in corners. So, like, you won't see me, like, out and about. I'll literally be in a corner. I'll probably be in the corner with a headache, because I always get a headache in, like, round 5.
And then so on, you know,
Probably prefer the sun. No, don't stay away from me. Say hi, please. I have never not once wanted to say hi to anybody that I meet at a regional.
First start out with what I like. As far as this team, I think I want to keep using Specs Terapagos. So when you look at the team, you see, like, why is Zoroark there? It's such an odd choice. When you're using Specs Zoroark, you're so immune. You're so
Butterfly hair clips, actually.
You're very bad with, like, body press, fake out. So
okay, we have 3 minutes until the next round. Ooh, she has the world's Pikachu pin. I have that one.
When you have, you know, Cresselia, you want something that's, you know, immune to Ghost and so on. So really
I'm sorry, I'm a liar. I actually have the Azumarill.
You know, I feel like having Gouging Fire, having something that's fast that outspeeds Miraidon right now, it's really good. Having something fast. As far as the Assault Vest, you know,
I'm a liar again. I actually have more than that. Okay, I have Azumarill.
If you look at the meta, there's so much fire
I have Steenie.
And so on.
And I have the other Pikachu pin.
And like even being like not weak, you know, being resistant to body.
How dare you lie to chat?
Terapagos is always gonna, like, you know, be a Terra Hog. It's gonna Terra every single time.
I will happily take a pic with you guys if you would like.
This is really good, as well as, you know.
Oh my god, thank you for the little tip, Joel.
And so on.
Yeah, and I mean, I call you the champion because you did very well this weekend, right? How did you finish?
I feel like Basculation kind of mid, because why would you use Basque when you could use Urshifu?
Unfortunately, but, you know, I'm very happy, very happy.
Nice. Well, congratulations. Do you have any advice for anybody at home who wants to do as well as you do with your favorite Pokemon?
Yeah, I would say don't give up. You know, the first couple of times it's not going to go well, but the more you learn about how to play with other people, the more you learn about the meta, what you did wrong, what you did right, how to adjust.
Right now, we're watching the regional, and we just saw one of the top 8 matches.
I officially dubbed the Meowscarada Sylveon champion of Milwaukee, even if you didn't have those 2 Pokemon on your team. And
chocolate mochis and a Ziploc baggie. Turn it into a tattoo? I better have a good signature then, huh? Does Scarf Urshifu outspeed CSR? Absolutely! It absolutely does by exactly 1 point! I know that calc well because I run Choice Scarf Urshifu for that reason. It outspeeds Max Speed Calyrex Shadow Rider by exactly 1 point outside of Tailwind. If you're both in Tailwind, obviously it still outspeeds. If they have Tailwind, you're cooked. And if they have Tailwind and you don't, yeah, you're cooked.
While I'm also going to college, so usually what I'll do is I'll do all my homework, I'll go to work and all that, and then if I have any extra time, I'll just sit around and play Pokemon for a little bit.
Play Pokemon?
Harder than it looks, but as long as you focus and
That's the name of the company.
you can definitely like achieve it. But also don't be afraid that like
By exactly 1 point.
You can just play some practice matches.
Not
or
crazy.
go to locals, and
I love that calc. I love that calc because I know when they sit their freaking horse in front of me and I have Urshifu, I can just kick it.
And feel like I just walked 10 miles in a venue, but it's fun. I love it.
It's mostly trying to find direct time in between when I work at night and when I work at my day job.
Lando, Kali-I, Miraidon?
I've just been trying to at least
Kick
find
it 3 times. Terra Water kick it 3 times so that it actually gets KO'd.
trying to get some practice
If you don't Terra Water, I don't think it KOs.
Or try to find some local leagues, at least at on the Pokemon website. It should be alright.
Lunala or Calyrex? I like Cali Shadow more because of the horse, but Lunala is like one of my favorite standalone legendaries. Like, I think I like Spectrier, but I don't like Calyrex. Do you know what I mean? So like, I like Spectrier and I like Lunala, but I don't like the rabbit. It's Dusty. I'm sorry, my queen. I think I must retire you. They're hard countering you in Reg I. I know. It's terrible, isn't it? You're beautiful, but they hate you.
Players are getting ever closer to claiming that regional championship title, and so
We just watched one of the top 8 matches.
my name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined
Ho-Oh? I heard Ho-Oh been doing good, actually.
and final top 8 match of our day.
What a great match that last one was too.
I like his Dragapult pin.
Like great champions that we got to see fight it out.
Alright, we gotta see one more top 8 match to see who Luca is gonna fight. So it looks like our next match is gonna be Joel and Dylan.
Joey and Dylan coming your way right now. It's gonna be another great match. We got to see a fantastic.
Is it Joel? Joel?
In his top 16 match. No, the play-in to top 16.
Confirmed, Shadow Rider getting retired. I believe it is time for her to retire because she just gets hard countered. Just because Incineroar is obviously everywhere. People are running Chen Pao again and they're putting things like Crunch and Throat Chop on it. Joey is Joel? Okay. What else is there? There's things like people are teching things onto their Tornadus. I teched Dark Pulse onto my Tornadus, so like there's a lot of like dark type Pokemon or like dark type moves, and since Calyrex Shadow Rider's typing defensively is literally so bad, it has to deal with a lot.
Cricketune on his team. We got to see all the
Cricketune!
His little army of bugs helping him out here, but it is in fact going to be that team of 3 Quark Drive Pokemon alongside that Miraidon that we got to see put in so much
Chicken.
work in the first round of Top Cut earlier today.
This Cricketune is wild. Is he the person that I saw on Twitter that had like an entire like army of Cricketune next to him? A space that allows people to do remote raids together? I do, yeah, in my Discord. Yeah, I have a raid, like a raid area, as well as like a competitive VGC area. This is the guy that had the freaking army of Cricketune. This guy's crazy. Can you not sign up using your gamer tags? You have to use your government name. Yeah, you have to use your in-game name. So like, when you sign up for tournaments, it asks you what your in-game name is, but I believe they ask you what your preferred name is to be called if you like end up on stream. So like, you could say like whatever, I guess.
And have it put in a little more work than just swapping into an Earthquake in this match. And going up against a team like Dylan's with the Miraidon, with the Calyrex.
Okay, maybe this is gonna sound like a noob question. What is the lore for Poke Aim? What does bro do? I know that's probably a noob question. Like, I've heard the name, but I don't know what he does.
The only drawback being you need a terrain in place to be able to use it, but there are 2 terrain setters.
Singles, okay, gotcha.
Including this choice scarf Miraidon.
Singles on Showdown, okay, so he's more of a singles player. Okay, got it. A YouTuber? I assumed he was some type of YouTuber, yeah.
With other Miraidon, as well as
Making videos for 15 years? Dang.
So having the choice scarf just ensures you are going to be that Pokemon to move first. And
yeah, bro said I only know Pokemon. Close enough. Close enough. Welcome back, Pokemon.
Dylan round out this team with a couple of other photosynthesis Pokemon, notably that Iron Hands to help pair with the Miraidon. But you do also have the Cornerstone Ogerpon, which has been a classic partner for the Ice.
Got it. Okay. Thank you for informing a lowly noob. Okay, so we're starting with Iron Hands, Mirai, and then Kali Eye and Pon Pon.
For a solid first turn, but more importantly, threatening some big damage into that Cornerstone Ogerpon with a fighting type attack. And even a low kick into the Calyrex Ice Rider is a really big source of damage, especially with that electric terrain active. The low kick does more damage based on...
I'm trying to remember what theme song this is.
Pretty big boy. It's going to be taking that maximum damage from low kick.
I mean, that's 2 Pokemon put together, so I would think it would...
What theme song is this?
But you do have that Ogerpon, which can redirect away some of those attacks. And so when you take a look at how Joey is going to be approaching this first turn, doesn't really...
I've used this theme song before, but I forget which one it is. Is this Elite Four? This is Elite Four, right? Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. I was just, I've used this theme song because I like it, but I feel like I haven't put it on in a while, which is why I was like, wait, it's the Elite Four theme. Do 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 do. Yeah, that's the one. I like it because of this part where it's like, boom. Okay. What are we doing? Sorry, I was hyper fixated on the song.
But now that Dylan knows what Joey has decided to do with that Miraidon, you can kind of plan out this turn a little bit better. You know,
it was bugged? Really? What happened with it?
Might just not be enough for a KO into Calyrex, so you don't have to go for Follow Me. If you can get a little bit more risky kind of play. Of course, the Follow Me there.
Look at all his crickets too! He has so many cricketoons! Hi, Garrett! Hi, Garnet! My bad. It didn't play? Oh, that's crazy. Oh, that's freaking wild. I didn't know that. Alright, he swapped. Volt Switch goes into Volcarona. It does live. He is gonna go ahead and swap in what? Let's see. Let's take a gander. Okay, Farigiraf. Gonna go ahead and swap in Farigiraf. Very unsettling. Oh my god. Because your game was bugged is crazy. Ivy Cudgel is gonna go into the Farigiraf. It does like no damage. And then Drain Punch goes into Volcarona to take out the Volcarona. Did it activate Flame Body? No Flame Body burn! Ew, look at freaking Calyrex's little noodle leg. Ew, I hate it! I hate it! Look at its little noodle leg just dangling on the side. I don't like him! Oh no! Little noodle-legged rabbit. Ooh. It'll look like he made out of Play-Doh. Why you gotta point out the leg? It's noticeable! I work at the library. First, I want noodle. Oh my god.
Especially considering Drain Punch will get it right.
Help.
You gotta find a way around it.
Look at it! Oh, wait, that was kind of cute. I didn't know he put his little arm out when he do that. He like this. Alright, so Foul Play was gonna go into the Kali Eye, and that, what's it called? Power Whip actually did a ton of damage into Iron Hands, but he's gonna literally get that all back right now with Drain Punch.
You're going to heal up so much of the damage that Power Whip just dealt to you, and there's still an opportunity here for that Farigiraf to clean up. Unfortunately, it was going to be a move choice.
It looks like he's gonna have to make a decision on who he wants to target. It looks like he is gonna go for a helping hand.
Or maybe a second Power Whip is able to knock it out, and you have found that way around this big bulky Iron Hands. Unfortunately, the Drain Punch into the correct target there in this scenario, because now Iron Hands will have to be...
So, okay, so it looks like he's gonna go ahead and do Foul Play into Ogerpon and Low Kick into Calyrex. Why did I say Calyrex like that? Whoa. Calyrex!
Committed, though, and it's going to be onto the Ice Rider Calyrex. Fire Terra.
Terra Fire comes out.
That we've seen too often now.
Calyrex!
Classics for the Ice Rider Calyrex to protect you from things like Will-O-Wisp.
Power Whip comes out.
Really
brings Iron Hand low. Foul Play goes into the Ogerpon. Ogerpon goes down, so he's down to his last 2 Pokemon.
And is going to be the move that finishes off the Ogerpon on
And
this
Low Kick
one.
is going to go into the Kali Ice.
Yeah, I mean, that's
And Trick Room goes up!
to that Calyrex in just one hit.
That does a whole lot of damage there. The Cork Drive attack boost comes in really handy on top of the high base power of Low Kick against
Iron Hands comes out.
Ice Rider. That is a
So he does have his own Iron Hands, but he doesn't have Fake Out on the table just because Farigiraf is there.
Might give away that maybe he knows his Iron Hands is trained to be a little bit slower. Might be able to finish off Joey's Iron Hands before it can KO Calyrex. And thanks to that Terrestrialization, dropping the weakness to the foul play, and not yet getting any Chilling Knight attack boosts.
It looks like he's trying to decide if he wants to swap out his Iron Hands.
Down to 2 Pokemon. It's 2 to 4 actually. You haven't taken any.
Or no, his Farigiraf.
But if the Miraidon comes in for Joey and
He is going to foul play into
Iron Hands and Calyrex. We haven't seen the 4th Pokemon just yet, but I think Dylan still has a shot with
into the Iron
You
Hands.
have to assume if you're
Hi.
Dylan that both of the restricteds have come to this game. You do see the Ho-Oh now hit the
So Ho-Oh comes out.
final revealed for Joey.
Protect comes out on Calyrex's side.
This Trick Room decides to just go for the Protect on this first turn.
Low Kick goes into Farigiraf.
But Farigiraf is not the heaviest of
And
targets.
Psychic, sorry, it was Psychic, not Foul Play. And Psychic goes into Iron Hands and brings it down to about half. That's kind of a lot. The electricity is going to disappear, which means that it no longer has that attack boost.
The field that's going to remove the Cork Drive boost from Dylan's Iron Hands.
Cork Drive is gone, but now we've got a spot where a combination of Glacial Lance and Wild Charge into the Ho-Oh is probably enough for 2 KOs here. I don't believe we've seen the Terrestrialization from Joey just yet, but we did see that the Ho-Oh is the Grass Terra in the earlier Top Cut match we saw from Joey. And so if the Ho-Oh decides to go for that Terra Grass to dodge some super effective damage from Wild Charge, it leaves itself weak to Glacial Lance. There's a nice combination of attacks here that, even if Joey tries to swap something in,
Is he going to Terra Water?
into a Glacial Lance, the Iron Hands on his side of the field is already pretty low, so it's going to be a little bit difficult to weather this.
So he is going to go ahead and try to turn off Trick Room.
Play coming through from Joey.
So he's kind of hoping that Farigiraf with Terra Water is enough to live a Glacial Lance.
To invest
Hi, Seth.
Terra onto a fairly low HP Pokemon. Not something that we usually see unless you think that you can get mileage out of this individual turn. So with the Water Terra, you give yourself
Protect comes out.
Typing against something like a Glacial Lance. You have the increased defense from consuming that Electric Seed.
Glacial Lance comes out.
So let's see how well this Farigiraf can take this, and if there's any follow-up from the Iron Hands. As Calyrex unleashes this Glacial Lance, Farigiraf is going to take just
Farigiraf's going to be able to turn off Trick Room.
the Ho-Oh that just protected. That means that Joey gets away with reversing the Trick Room on this turn.
Huge turn for Joey there. The Trick Room going away means that now he has reached...
Which means now Ho-Oh is going to be able to move first.
Trick Room goes up. Calyrex now could try and reset Trick Room, but it would be really difficult. I think a combination of 2 attacks from Farigiraf and Ho-Oh.
So Psychic is going to go into the Iron
Even if
Hands.
you do that, you leave the Iron Hands alone. I don't know if Iron Hands has enough left in the tank to 1v4 this match here for Dylan. So that Terrestrialization coming in very handy, turning the Glacial Lance into a resisted attack on top of
And
that
Brave Bird is going to go into the Kali Ice.
after the Electric Terrain goes down.
So Helping Hand, Brave Bird, hoping that this is enough to take out the Kali Ice.
Extra boost to its power as the Brave Bird.
Kali Ice goes down.
It is able to get the knockout. Dylan does have a chance.
Looks like he's strategizing for the next game. He took out his notebook. He's writing down some notes. He's trying to see how he's going to adjust for game 2 at this point.
Iron Hands is going to take. It's going to be the Drain Punch though, so maybe just a little bit.
Look at Ho-Oh go!
As Dylan does take his first KO of this first game, but you still have to get through 3 Pokemon Joey has.
You get 1 knockout for the road here, but I think you bring in
It is a turkey. Tell me that doesn't look like a turkey. It don't look like a phoenix, that's for sure.
Seal this game up pretty well. Really well played by Joey there. Getting some early offense going. Getting rid of that Volcarona early was really nice because that was one of the things that could have been redirecting attacks from that Iron Hands, possibly getting some burns with Flame Body, getting more of that Rocky Helmet chip damage going. But Dylan had
Yeah, I think at this point he's just kind of trying to strategize for the next game.
And Ogerpon, which I think was worth it at the time. If you
Woo!
were able to get that Farigiraf knocked out,
Razzle dazzle.
probably go on to win this game. Unfortunately for
Nice.
Dylan, not enough.
Just going to be a single target Dazzling Gleam. Even
Look at all his Cricketoons!
That's enough to pick off that Iron Hands and bring Joey 1-0.
There's far too many Cricketoons.
Has he been picking up a Cricketoon plush every time he gets a knockout?
I don't know. The Cricketoons approved. They're all the Congress. Makes the right moves.
Well, I also think he's missing one. Like, if we had
Oh,
4.
Welcome to the chat.
And now there's only
Bro said, look at my majestic Thanksgiving Phoenix.
He's won on stream so far. That was his third game win.
Not the gobble turkey. Gobble gobble. How many did he bring? I saw a lot of them on Twitter.
after the fact.
Do I do autographs? Of course. Why not?
Ogre Pawn, you can see
That was the first battle, so we have to go to a game 2 now.
its partner on the field, but the fact that Joey was able to use the HP of the Ogre Pawn against it, being able to get that Drain Punch recovery onto the Iron Hands, I just felt like that put him so far ahead. And knowing the damage calculation as well, to say, okay,
That Terra Water was smart.
I get a chance to actually reverse the Trick Room. That was a huge turn for him as well to just seal up that win.
There were also a lot of turns early on in the game where Joey decided
A Fungo Pop? That would be so sick.
You know, early on, the turn where I believe was a foul.
If you want, you can do whatever you want.
And then the drain punch.
You can do whatever you want, sir.
You know, if either of them protect themselves and make sure
You doing if your opponent just sits like 8 Cricketune on the table, cry?
Came in very handy. Of course, that drain punch into the cornerstone Ogre Pawn was especially important because you got your Iron Hands back up.
Okay, so we're starting the same. Oh, Treads! Is that the boy Treads, you guys? Look, it's Treads so little. I like how small Iron Treads is. It's so tiny. Especially compared to Great Tusk.
Right now, again, is a very, very powerful steel type move, but when you use it, the terrain gets removed. So it has to be terrain in play to use it. And
Oh, he's gonna go for Earthquake.
Per terrain, you'd have to reset it up.
Earthquake, Ho-Oh swap?
Again. But, you know, we are facing 2 Pokemon that are weak to steel, and either one of them really does not want to take that full-powered steel roller. Of course, we have Fire Terra.
Treads, 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 Treads. What you writing down?
Threatened by the Iron Treads.
Well, the Iron Treads is going to stay on the field as we see Ho-Oh now take that Miraidon's place.
Ho-Oh is here. Will not take any. Oh! Will not take any. It will not take any damage from Earthquake.
Flying type is immune to the Earthquake. So as Iron Treads lets it rip, it's going to bypass this.
So it does. Oh, it's Life Orb. Trick Room goes up. So Trick Room is now set.
Dylan does get that Trick Room set up.
Trick Room goes up, which is really big for this Calyrex. That Earthquake doing a lot of damage, able to 2-hit KO that Ogre Pawn, which would.
So he, what is he gonna do? What is he gonna do here?
Fire for 2 knockouts on the following turn, but Trick Room going up ensures that Calyrex will be attacking first.
He's gonna go ahead and go for another Earthquake. It looks like.
High horsepower is threatening
No.
to KO into that Iron Treads as well. Since it is meant to be so fast and powerful, I imagine it's not been given too much training.
What up?
Defense or HP stat. At the same time, the Ogre Pawn is not going to be able to attack before the Ho-Oh. So since it had its sturdy broken, something like a Brave Bird or Sacred Fire.
Would I sign? I'll sign whatever you want.
The Ho-Oh isn't able to do too much back.
No, it's a turkey.
The Iron Treads that might not be too.
We do see a Terra coming out.
But before we see how that ends up going,
Terra on Ogre Pawn
invest the Terra onto the Ogre Pawn
for a defense boost.
Interestingly enough, you do remove that grass typing from the Ogre Pawn, becoming a full rock type. The embody aspect boost is also going to give you a defense boost, and maybe that
Glacial Lance is gonna come out.
some of these attacks a little bit better, or ensure a KO.
Does about half to each. Brave Bird is going to go into the Calyrex. And Ho-Oh is going to take that recoil damage. Ivy Cudgel comes out and goes into the Iron Treads and does no damage. Earthquake is definitely going to be enough to take out both. No, not Cali Ice though. Never mind.
I'd said you primed yourself for a double knockout this turn if Trick Room didn't go up, but we almost.
Me personally, I would have targeted the Ho-Oh. Not gonna lie. Target into the Iron Treads was a little odd.
On top of that defense boost, probably would have been able to survive an attack from Ho-Oh and retaliate with an Ivy Cudgel. Unfortunately, the Cudgel goes into the Iron Treads, which to its steel and ground typing, double resists it and doesn't.
All right, Volcarona comes out now.
Predict a swap from that Iron Treads, or even a Trustalization to maybe dodge some ground type damage there, but just an unfortunate turn of events. You end up losing that Ogre Pawn and getting your Calyrex down to very, very low.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I thought maybe the defense boost was going to be the more important thing from that Ogre Pawn, but yeah, I was also thinking maybe you would get that extra little boost to the damage, and that might be what helps you get that KO versus not. But unfortunately, Iron Treads able to survive a little bit better than maybe you would have hoped. As we enter into the next.
Who do I think is gonna win? Cricketune.
We did see in a paltry
Because that target into Iron Treads was weird AF.
Calyrex is still able to stick around for many turns.
Okay, Ho-Oh's gonna swap here.
Glacial Lances, and we are in a position where actually
And Miraidon's coming out on the field.
Lance come through. That is 2 KO. That is 2 knockouts for this Calyrex, which would result in
Glacial Lance comes out.
Well, the Glacial Lance is going to
And double KOs.
double KO, as the critical hit on the Iron Treads certainly doesn't matter in this situation. But it's funny to see it appear on screen. We're going to have that Ice Rider Calyrex get
Iron Tread standing on business.
Unfortunately, Volcarona doesn't get a chance to
I don't know what the I don't know what the thought process between for that swap was. I mean, Regenerator comes into play, yes, so Ho-Oh is a lot healthier now, and he does have Iron Hands, which is much happier in Trick Room. But he did just lose his other restricted.
thanks to that Regenerator ability.
The next tournament that I'm going to is Portland.
Through the rest of this game. I mean, yeah, you have the Iron Hands out now. Maybe
Okay, so
pressure, but this
now he does have fake out pressure here, and I think that there's still 2 more turns of Trick Room left because there was 3 last turn. Yeah, there's 2 more turns of Trick Room, so even if he double protects this turn, so that he doesn't get faked out. Portland is at the end of this month, so it looks, yeah, we're probably he wild. Yeah, I don't know, that swap was really weird. I think he wanted the Regenerator boost, but that he literally just let Miraidon get knocked out.
That would put the Iron Hands in just a much easier position.
Alright, so now he doesn't have to worry about fake out anymore. However, Iron Hands is probably the slowest thing on the field, which means that he's gonna have to fight his way through an Iron Hands. Wild Charge is gonna go into Volcarona. And Ho-Oh is gonna go for Protect.
Out of this second game and into that next round of Top Cut immediately. Dylan has done a great job in this game of getting that mental reset and coming back in, making maximum use of these Trick Room turns.
So we do see the Terra Water, which means that if Lance comes out, Lance is gonna do like 3 damage.
Very handy for Joey here, as that is exactly what won him that first game. But it's still gonna have to
We see the Protect on the Ho-Oh.
Instead of the neutral ones this time around.
Rage Powder comes out.
Here as the Volcarona just tries to make sure that this Ice Rider can eke out every last bit of damage possible.
Oh, and we see that the Ice Rider is actually slower than the Iron Hands.
So curious to see how much this is actually going to do, as it's still about a third. That's still a lot.
Wild Charge goes into Volcarona, and Volcarona does live. And he takes the recoil damage plus the Rocky Helmet damage. The dimensions have now twisted back to normal, which means that he's going to be moving first.
That's exactly what Joey needed. You know,
We have yet to see what Dylan's last Pokemon is.
Calyrex also attacked before the Iron Hands in Trick Room, which means that now
The Iron Hands is 60 speed investment. Ah, so it's supposed to run outside of Trick Room. I see.
Cannot be burned because of the flame body, because it is a fire type. It's kind of what you want to be attacking into the Volcarona with in this situation. And then Iron Hands is primed to knock out this Calyrex. Of course, once Volcarona goes down to the Ho-Oh, it won't be able to use any Rage Powders for the rest of the game.
There's still one more Pokemon in the back here for Dylan. You kind of have to think that it might be the Miraidon that would be in the back, which would be the fastest Pokemon amongst
I think under Tailwind you can outspeed Sash to you. Really? With the Iron Hands? Huh.
both of these Pokemon once the Miraidon actually hits the field. Volcarona goes for a final Rage Powder. Brave Bird will knock it out as we see the Rocky Helmet, and of course...
Okay, so Ho-Oh does take Rocky Helmet damage there. And it can no longer swap to get any Regenerator heals. So that bit of chip damage may have been helpful. Now we see what Dylan's last Pokemon is.
Joey still has his Iron Hands and Ho-Oh versus Dylan's final Pokemon in this game number 2.
So what do they do against Miraidon now? What if it's not Miraidon? What if he didn't bring Miraidon?
Maybe not known for being the most bulky of Pokemon.
but it's not.
It's not the Miraidon, it's Iron
It's
Hands instead. Oh, this could get interesting.
No, he didn't bring it!
Because the Iron Hands does have the opportunity to fake out, but is that going to actually help stall you out? Ho-Oh goes for the Tailwind to make sure that Joey's own Iron Hands is going to be the fastest one on the field, and does allow this Iron Hands to go for the low kick. It's going to do half damage, as the low kick in return will deal with the...
Why did I feel like that's such a throw? Oh!
Joey's Ho-Oh versus Dylan's Iron Hands. Who's gonna actually take the win here?
I think this is going to come down to a Sacred Fire burn. If Sacred Fire connects and gets the burn on Iron Hands, a Wild Charge may not be enough to knock it out, but if there's no burn, Wild Charge is going to win the game.
Sacred Fire, there's a 50% chance for the Iron Hands to get burned.
It didn't burn though! Wow! Color me shocked, it didn't burn!
Number 3.
What a great game.
It didn't burn! Color me shocked. Color me shocked, it's 1-1. Yeah, buddy, I would be breathing like that too. If he had been burned, I think he would have been cooked.
I think the tailwind from the Ho-Oh there was actually really smart. You're just ensuring that your own Iron Hands gets off a low kick before it goes down.
I'm actually so surprised. Yeah, that was crazy. Not bringing Miraidon was a choice.
The Sacred Fire did not burn Dylan's Iron Hands, which meant that it got the crucial game-winning Wild Charge off. Cleaning up after this Glacial Lance.
Oh my
and
lord.
A ton of work for Dylan in this game.
Oh my Lanta.
Yeah, this was awesome to see the double knockout for Dylan. You got that +2 from...
Can you join these tournaments? Yeah, anybody can join these tournaments. There's different age divisions. There's juniors, seniors, and masters.
I think also the Rocky Helmet recoil from the Volcarona did start to add up.
Yeah.
When you take a look
Oh
at
my
how much
god.
damage the Iron Hands actually took, it wasn't really
Yeah, the risk was crazy.
Iron Hands to get off of that very low HP.
What happened to the Tarapago Shadow Rider player? Bro, who knows?
Here for the second game. Now we go to a decisive third game to see which of our players, Joey,
True. I would have gotten all the status moves like on my Pokemon all at once. Is that possible? No, but I still would have happened.
From Iron Hands a couple times. On top of the recoil
The
from Wild
Primordial division is crazy.
kept that Calyrex protected. Again, a very low HP Calyrex is still a Calyrex, able to fire off those very powerful Glacial Lances.
Why do the cricket tunes keep moving? It's like they're alive.
If Dylan's able to keep that Volcarona safe and
Somehow gets frozen by Sacred Fire.
the right
Real.
attacks at the right times, I think that's going to be the key to winning this next game.
Let's find out. We've got game number 3 upon us, so let's see how these trainers decide to switch up their
All right. He started the exact same, and we're starting with Iron Hands and Miraidon.
Joey leans back into those future Paradox Pokemon.
Would be pretty surprised to see anything but that double protect coming out from Dylan again. You know, again, it's just the most safe
Don
option here.
Julio.
You have a Pokemon that has to select a move that it can only lock into for the remainder of its time on the field. You have a fake out that
Thank you. I hope I don't have garbage luck in Portland as well.
without really a risk of Joey kind of punishing that at all without some kind of aggressive swap. But there's
How did I end up joining the Portland Read? Oh, you just sign up.
You know, take your time, make sure you know what you're
You sign up, you pay the fee, it's $70, and you go.
Would make a lot of sense to see that happen. I think it's just such a standard play and didn't actually work out. In that
Protect
first
comes
game
out.
to get Dylan the win, but we only see the Protect coming through from the Ice Rider
Volt Switch does go into the Cali Ice.
Volt Switch here from the Miraidon, stopping it from
And what's the Ogerpon gonna do? Cudgel into the Miraidon slot!
That's a lot of damage into the Miraidon, and Iron Hands getting the
Ooh, doubled into the Calyrex. Portland is at the end of this month.
A great turn for Dylan.
So in a couple
You got
weeks.
a bunch of free damage. You learned what Joey was locking his Miraidon into, and you took no damage in return. Sometimes a safe option isn't necessarily the best one, because if you take a little bit of a risk,
Thank you.
you get yourself a lot more of a board position that you might not have had before.
Nacho Salsa. $70 to join for Masters Division. I think the divisions that are for younger age groups are cheaper.
can go for the follow me. I still have
Alright, Volt Switch goes into Ogerpon to break that sturdy.
the ability that he's gonna get broken with the Volt Switch, and Miraidon finally gets a chance to take a little bit of a break.
And Ho-Oka, no, Farigiraf is gonna come out.
Go for a follow-up. Farigiraf now hits the field with that defense boost, gonna be much better suited to deal with this Ogerpon and Calyrex, but rest of his turn can still go.
What happens? What do you mean what happens if you first round?
Glacial Lance come through here after the attack from Iron Hands.
Okay, Drain Punch does go into the Ogerpon.
Healing coming through just yet because it hasn't taken any damage. Now this I think is a pretty solid spot for Dylan to be in. You have the option after this Glacial Lance comes through and does a good chunk of damage to both of these Pokemon to possibly bring in that Volcarona.
If you no, you don't have to go home if you lose. You can watch.
Volcarona is really, really powerful. It's
I'm not gonna kick you out.
because you're always going to be risking that Flame Body burn. On top
Okay,
of that Rocky
Volcarona comes out.
I imagine even just one set of Rocky Helmet recoil damage plus one more Glacial Lance.
He's gonna go to. He's gonna turn off Trick Room.
Force that Iron Hands to Terastallize once again, which then, if you bring in your own.
Imagine, yeah, you lose and they're like, get out. No, I don't think any competition kicks you out if you lose.
Different ways that you could approach this turn. Are you thinking ahead? Are you thinking maybe Dylan is
You can't even lose first round, Piplup. That's not how these tournaments work. It's not like you lose one round and you're knocked out of the entire tournament. You play 9 rounds. Day 1 you play 9 rounds, and if you win, if you go is it 7 and 3? 7 and 3, or is it 7 and 3 makes it to day 2? 7 and 3, right? Chat. Am I tripping?
We're gonna see the Calyrex though decide to go for that Terrifier again under the threat of a dark type foul play.
Sorry, 7 and 2. Yeah, I was like, I'm not doing my math right. That's okay. Thank you. Yeah, 7 and 3 sounded so dumb. Yeah, 7 and 2. You go 7 and 2, and if you go 7 and 2, then you make day 2. If you don't, you're more than welcome to stay, play the rest of your rounds. You don't play day 2, but you can do side events.
But the wild charge as well. It does actually get the knockout. But what about the burn chance that could happen here? We do see the Volcarona feint.
Unfortunately, I can't like stream my matches unless I'm on stream at Portland.
I like that fiery dance. You've now knocked this.
The shiny? It does look kind of cool, huh? Why is everything chrome? The math was making sense to I know, I was like, something sounds wrong. It's because I was thinking 6 and 3, and I was like, no, that's not the right number. It's 7 and 2.
And considering both of them are water type terrestrializations, a follow
Give me the phone in Portland so I can stream bet.
Might be enough to combine for a double knockout here. And if 2 Pokemon get knocked out, that means Joey's Miraidon is locked on the field against this Calyrex Ice Rider, and he'll just get immediately one-shot by a Glacial.
I heard that there was drama at, I think it was at this tournament, that somebody got DQ'd for, they thought that he was being coached while he was on stream. Does anybody know what that T is? I feel like I saw a tweet about it.
But is Dylan going to be remembering that? Is that something that Joey's now conditioned him for? Can he play around?
I think Ho-Oh player cooked.
It's going to be really tough, especially combined with that Iron Hands, which you have to.
You saw it on Reddit? What happened? What was the T? Who got DQ'd? The judges took away 3 of their wins? That's crazy. Because they nodded at the crowd? Was that a VG player, or was it like a different game?
Moving first here for Joey. That low kick does quite a bit. Glacial Lance now, you've got to hope that your Farigiraf is going to be able to be just a little bit faster as that Glacial Lance does secure the knockout onto Joey.
Yes, you can watch day 2. You just don't play day 2 if you don't go 7 and 2. Ooh. He was 6 and 0 and he nodded during his stream, and the judges were told he was being coached. That's crazy, because don't players look at the crowd a lot during stream because you're like on camera, so they like cheese. I was watching the Pokemon stream and everyone was like, stop looking. Nah, this is crazy. Don't... I feel like the players do that a lot, though. Oh, the opponent's moveset was being shown on stream? Yeah, that would probably look bad.
And you just can't withstand the weather from this Calyrex anymore.
Oh, no. Oh, the guy that got DQ'd. Ew, wait. No, that's stupid. Ew, what? What the heck? That's actually so whack. So they literally just assumed. GG's. GG's. Ho-Oh tried. Ho-Oh tried. That's crazy. That's actually insane that they would do that. Hold on. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. BRB.
To spread some damage around without having to attack with it too much. Just a really nice expose on the way that these 2 Pokemon interact with each other. Calyrex, Ice Rider, and Miraidon kind of are on either end of the speed scale in terms of the restricted Pokemon available to the trainers in this tournament, and using the Trick Room very masterfully. I don't know if he even brought the Miraidon once.
No?
It just stayed at home. You just need the Ice Rider.
I think a lot of trainers have started to think about that, though. Yes, you have 2 restricted Pokemon on your team, and yes, they're very powerful, but do they belong on the field together? I think that's something that Dylan has executed really well, and in particular, when looking at the team composition, outside of the things that you just mentioned for the supportive Pokemon, you kind of look at how are Ice Rider Calyrex teams being built, how are Rhydon teams being built. I feel like Dylan took the best parts of both of those archetypes from single restricted and smashed them together on the same team.
Truly, you know, the team that we saw Dylan run, the 4 Pokemon brought at least in these games, it could have been a team from Regulation G, and maybe that's something that Dylan had a lot of experience with and thought, you know, I'm gonna kind of combine 2 archetypes that I enjoy and can use separately if I need to, you know, make this team that can give me a great set of 4 Pokemon for any situation. That, I think, is a mark of a good team that is built in a format like this, where you have these 2 restricted Pokemon. You're really tempted to bring them to every game, and we see most trainers do most of the time, but the flexibility to maybe leave Miraidon at home and still know I'm in position where I can just have Ice Rider carry this game, and I don't need Miraidon.
Well, if you play Protect the Ice Rider, I feel like it can certainly work out for you, getting those +1 to your attack boosts, also making sure that you've got just a great damage trade in terms of those Glacial Lances hitting your targets. But congratulations to Joey as well. I think being able to make a top 8 at your very first regional championship is such an impressive accomplishment, and he joins a very elite group of players that have come from other corners of the competitive Pokemon space to play a VGC regional championship and to do super well. So I really do hope we get a chance to see Joey again in the future, and I'm excited that we get to see Dylan in the future as well as he moves on to our top 4 at the Milwaukee Regional Championships.
We'll leave a career best finish for Dylan so far, which is really exciting. You know, it's great to see someone have their big breakthrough tournament, and he's not even done yet. He's got his top 4, has the chance to fight for a spot in the finals as well. So it's going to be really cool to see how Dylan stacks up against 3 trainers in the top 4 who I believe are all prior regional champions, if not just pillars of the community at this point.
I feel like you have to imagine you're going to run into some type of regional champion or world champion when you play at these regional events nowadays. But let's go ahead and hear from Dylan about how that match went and how he's thinking about the rest of Top Cut.
Thank you so much, Rosemary. I'm here with Dylan. Congratulations, not just your first top cut, but your first top 4 at least placement. How does it feel?
Oh, it feels so good. It still hasn't really hit me yet. You know, I feel like I'm just playing Pokemon.
Yeah.
I'm
mean,
so happy.
You're absolutely beaming back here right now.
Thank you.
I mean, you must be so excited. What's going through your brain right now?
I don't know. I mean, honestly, not a lot. No,
I have returned.
I mean, I'm like short-circuited a little bit. I'm just super happy to be here. I kind of built this team last minute, made some changes last minute thanks to my friends, and it's working out in a way that I couldn't have expected.
All right, well, let's talk about the journey. So you mentioned that you had gotten day 2 at a previous event a couple of years ago, right?
Why did I cover the camera? So that weird people don't watch me while I walk away?
Okay.
And then last season I had a few day 2s. My
Hello?
best was top 15 Portland, so blown that out the water, first top cut.
Yeah,
really
for
exciting.
sure. So what do you think is different, like comparing those events to your event today?
That's a great question. I think over time I've just gotten more comfortable with realizing that no matter like the level of my opponent, I just need to play how I want to play.
Yeah.
I got
it's very easy. I literally just lightly
reads or trying to adjust for how good I think my
You don't have to tap very hard. It's literally like there's not even a button. Like this is just like metal. It's literally just like touch sensitive.
All right, well, let's talk about the team. You know, you mentioned picked it up last minute. What's last minute to you? Because depending on who you talk to, we could be talking hours or days.
Yeah, so I had some friends right after Atlanta who mentioned Choice Scarf Miraidon to me.
It's like a spectrum wheel, so it has a lot of colors. It's literally like the rainbow.
I used Calyrex Ice throughout all of Regulation G, except for Worlds. I actually switched to Kyogre for that. But
How did you get into Pokemon?
Okay.
And so
on my own. I've liked Pokemon since I was a kid. My dad doesn't know anything about Pokemon. And my brothers haven't touched Pokemon since they were, like, in elementary school.
So then were you learning?
Thank you so very much for the follow.
You were going through day 1 of the
Hi! Welcome to the chat.
I knew a little bit. I had some basic game plans, but then when I ran into Polcho around 3 and I lost to him, I was like, okay, I really need to lock in and figure out how this team's going to work if I want any chance of making a run.
So then how did you do that? I mean, trying to figure something out as we go along is something that I think everybody finds themselves having to do at some point in their tournament.
I kind of like these shadow boxes.
Again, I mean,
I'm still trying to figure out why the Ditto is literally flying in Narnia.
Taking a deep breath, really thinking through your game plans.
Did I play with Barbies? Yeah, I had some.
Angles that your opponent might not expect, like during that last set.
Ah.
Joey, you know, being able to trick room kind of in the middle of the match, whereas originally I was thinking, like when I first picked up the team, I was just trick rooming.
I hope it's not like gross weather when I go to Portland. You know what I mean?
Okay, how can I get them
The last time that I went, it was like pouring rain.
You mentioned that because one thing
Which
that
is
the
whack.
casters focused on, especially sort of in their recap of the set,
There's a Ditto next to the Vulpix?
one restricted Pokemon.
Is it in Narnia too?
I mean, you have
Oh, the little Ditto in the background. You can see it at like the bottom right corner right now. That's like flying. Oh, there is. Why are they like that?
I've probably brought Maridon to maybe 30%.
When am I going to Sacramento? Well, there's no regional there. I was supposed to go to the Sacramento regional, but my 103 fever the night before said no. Wow, why is it sideways?
Because it's a read as to whether or not they're going to click Terra Fairy, and if they click Terra Fairy, I want to click Electro Drift, and so in an attempt to
I like his evolution hat.
I thought it was a little bit more consistent to drop it.
Fair enough. So then going into this matchup, you know, you saw the opposing Maridon, you saw the Iron Treads and the Iron Bundle, who obviously want to take advantage of terrain. You just dropped it.
I did. Yeah,
If I ever get interviewed,
his Iron Treads was
I wonder if I'll be awkward.
I don't know that for sure, but it's something where if
What's up, Lonely Wolf?
And I get
Ditto expressing itself sideways?
switch in that my team has to a ground type move. So I decided,
When am I moving to Sacramento? Never.
there was no Iron Treads, I would consider it. And
Never. There is nothing for me
a
there.
little bit easier, but it ended up working out.
For sure. I mean, if you want to talk about something consistent, two redirectors.
Why? Because there's nothing for me there.
Which one it is feels pretty solid.
Yes, it really does. Volcarona is like the missing linchpin in this team.
Volcarona. I should try a Volcarona team.
There's so much Rillaboom. They both hate seeing it. So it has been one of the MVPs.
My talking skills.
Amazing. Well, Dylan, do you have any shout outs you want to give to anybody?
Wyoming?
I do, yeah.
Isn't there no income tax in Wyoming? Isn't that why all the celebrities end up moving there?
Front row in the crowd. My friends are sitting with
Idaho? I've been to Idaho. I don't think Idaho would be very fond of me. I feel like Idaho is very like
all these people. I mean, they help me so
I don't know. I feel like I'm too extra for Idaho. I don't think I would fit in very well.
They put in all the legwork. I couldn't be thankful enough for them.
I'm on Twitch right now.
Very, very helpful.
I'm on Twitch and I'm also on TikTok.
For sure. I mean, it takes a village. So congratulations to you.
Have I been to Texas? I had a layover in Texas.
I hope that not only can you celebrate this accomplishment,
But I've never like been in Texas.
No, yeah, hey, 2 more.
Have I picked an outfit for Portland? No, I literally like always pack the night before. Like a fool.
But we're gonna take a quick break before we get to the
Another break? Girl. Look at these cricketoons.
What? Would you get annoyed if I talked to you? I can't hear you. Oh, I guess that's move it closer. Would you get annoyed if I talked to you? Oh my god, it's so close. Can we lower mine? That's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Not them talking.
Right. You guys are good to get started. Okay. Cool. Okay.
He really said, would you get annoyed if I talked to you? Me. Mood. But honestly, I feel like whenever I play, I get very quiet. Because I have to think. That's why, like, whenever I play on stream, I always say I'm only half paying attention. Because when I actually lock in, I'm, like, silent. I literally sit there. I'll sit there, pretend this is my Switch. And I'll be, like, sitting, and I'll just be like this. And then I'll have my little pen. And I have my notebook next to me, and I do this. This is me. During a tournament, when I play, this is me.
If both of those are highly unlikely, then I try to
literally just sitting there in silence. I really can't. I'm not good at whenever I stream, I feel like I do a decent job of multitasking because obviously, like, I play the game and I, like, look at all 3 chats. But, like, when I, like, seriously lock in, I, like, have to be silent. And I literally sit there with my pen and fidget.
You know, also playing some of the Pokemon that you're used to, you learn everything about the ins and outs.
You could have plush. Yeah, most people bring plushies with them. I usually, for the last tournament that I went to, which was LA, I brought my Spectrier plushie because I was using a CSR team. And then the other tournaments, I usually bring like the EVs. But this time, if I end up bringing like a Kali I team, I might have to order a Kali or a Blastrier Sitting Cutie, and maybe a Miraidon. If words come out of my mouth when locked in, it's all auto response. Literally same. I just feel like I'm like, because like, I don't know. I just feel like I need to be in silence in order to like think through like what I want to do, and not be like distracted by like talking to people, and just be like you know, just play, just play. Yeah. I'll usually like obviously like if the game is like over, I'll say like GG or whatever. But like I think during one of my tournaments, I always tell this story because it literally made me so mad and it left such a bad taste in my mouth. I was battling someone and like things were happening that were in their favor but weren't in my favor. Like I would get critted or like I would get burned or something like that, and they would like audibly cheer, and I was like, oh dude, what's wrong with you? Like whoever that was, I don't know, like don't do that. That's freaking nasty. A Miraidon plush? You have to get the Sitting Cuties. You don't want like a big plush next to you because you gotta haul it around the entire thing. That's why I usually get the little ones. So I have like a little Kali Shadow. They have like itty bitty ones too. I actively feel bad when I win with RNG. Unless it's me with Fissure? Okay. Well, that person audibly cheered when bad things happened to me. And it was nasty work. Ooh! Look how cute! Hi! Sprigatito, you're adorable. The little Mirai clip-on, I would wear that. I feel like I would honestly prefer having the clip-on one so I don't have to put it in my backpack every time. Bro said they got excited. Ugh. Hey, I was there! It's EUIC! I was there! That's not me. I'm not in the video. I wasn't cool enough to make the video. But I was there. But I was there. Ooh. Do you see all these little side events? This is what I'm talking about. Like, if you don't, like, make it to day 2, or if you, like, end up dropping the tournament because you're not doing well, you could do stuff like that. Side events. Ooh, the little Ho-Oh was cute. Activities! See, they even had activities over there. You can do it! Wow. I didn't make the video. How sad. Me in the corner? I wish. I even wore my cute little Pikachu and Eevee scarf to EUIC. Get it. Slay. Oh, me. Me when I wake up in the morning. It's exactly what I look like. There is a lot to do. There's also like little vendors that usually go that sell like plushies and cards. Ooh, Sprigatito.
We are in lovely Milwaukee, Wisconsin with our top 4 coverage of the Milwaukee Regional Championships. We are fast approaching the end.
Wait, Coco is you.
Regional circuit this season and fast approaching the end of our day 2 coverage.
Are you required to have sleeves on your cards when you play the TCG? Or do y'all just do that just because you want to keep the cards nice?
This summer I am joined by Joe Brown. I am Joe Brown, joined by Sarah Dawn.
I mean, I feel like it definitely like seems more intimidating than it is, because for the most part people are nice. Especially like if you like tell people like, oh, it's my first tournament, they're always like, oh my gosh, like good luck, like have so much fun, blah blah blah, and like you can like strike up a conversation. like, most people are really nice when you go to these tournaments. So, like, I don't think you should, like, be intimidated by it if you were interested in, like, getting into it.
Do you do the cry or no?
Are you gonna do the cry?
Are you gonna do the cry? I'll do the cry if you do the cry.
I don't know if I'm gonna do the cry.
Alright, let's focus on the game here.
You used to... Oh, really? Dang, so you do have to sleeve them? Eternatus? Nice.
We're gonna be focusing on the bottom half here.
Sleeves are required, not transparent. Being able to see the card, you might be able to tell the... Oh, I see. What's up, Umbreon Espeon? Imagine being social couldn't be me. Dang, that's crazy. Alright, so now we're gonna see who is going to be in top 2. Oh my god, Zeta Articuno?
Because especially when two people have a lot of this information about the team.
Clear sleeves are super cheating. Competitive in person, people are chill. Online is... Oh, yeah. I mean, if you're talking about, like, the Limitless tournaments, people are crazy. But, like, I don't know. I feel like a lot of the times people that join Limitless tournaments are, like, a saltier group of people that don't go to, like, the regionals, you know? I don't know. I feel like, yeah, because you're right. Like, the people that are, like, on Limitless tend to be, like, whack. They tend to be mean. They tend to be mean. Or even on, like, Showdown. But, like, the people at actual regionals are nice. Okay. So, we have Luna and Mirai versus... Who? This man has such clear skin. Hello, look at how, like, smooth his skin looks. What do you think his skincare routine is?
We did get to see Carson earlier be able to get the spot here. But again, what has been really powerful about this team is two
really?
restricted Pokemon, but a different look for this.
That's sick.
Assault Vest as opposed to the Choice Specs.
That's dope that you guys went to all 3 games.
You have the Snarl to really slow down the amount of damage these special attackers are doing.
Skincare is the 20-in-1 body wash. Stop! His skin is so clear! I'm jealous. It looks so, like, moisturized. Alright, and then we got... Oh, it's literally like a... It's literally the same but different. Water, that's it. Stop.
The other addition to this mirror match is Grimmsnarl.
I want to have nice skin like that.
You don't see that Pokemon as often, especially in a mirror. So,
meanwhile, my skin is greasy. I gotta blot. We're blotting.
With and without light screen better than the rest of their opponents did throughout
blot. There we go.
Go for these calculations when you are aware that your opponent also knows how much damage it will do.
They should clean the machine. I believe they do. I believe they do sanitize in between rounds.
All right, Miraidon, Grimmsnarl for Andrew.
What's up, Chris?
Miraidon, Incineroar. Different leads here for Carson Confer. One of these two.
Gotta stay moisturized, facts.
And looking at the Grimmsnarl, this is a really early way to be setting up the screens to make sure that you're not taking the most damage from the Miraidon on the opposing end. But Carson leading the Incineroar
okay.
instead.
This is like an almost mirror match right now.
But a potential fake out into
okay, fake out is going into Miraidon.
Carson is going to be lowered thanks to a screen, but you have the opportunity to make sure that Andrew does no damage at all on this turn. And of course, much like the Choice Specs, Assault Vest doesn't let you use a different type of move, or the Choice Specs that we don't have, the non-attacking moves, right? So there's not the opportunity to
oh, he's thinking.
Or the Grimmsnarl. So if you think that it's going to be
what are we thinking?
You either have to sit here
when they make you wear the Play Pokemon shirt, like if you have like a shirt with a logo on it or whatever, do they let you keep the shirt or you gotta give it back? Okay, fake out goes into Miraidon. Electro Drift is going to go into the Grimmsnarl and bring it down to very low. Spirit Break is gonna go into the Miraidon though. It does a little chunk. You get to keep it? Oh, nice. That makes sense. I kind of want one. I kind of want one. Keep it for hygiene purposes? Oh, that's true, yeah. Hey, Alex. Was it advantage here? Instant or Grim? They're kind of on a level playing field, but Grimmsnarl is going to be able to get a light screen, which is going to make the other Miraidon's life a lot harder. Which, I mean, I guess he doesn't even have to worry about the other Miraidon anymore because it's gone.
Miraidon here in this game. Incineroar with
Okay, parting shot goes out, which means on top of the Draco Meteor special attack drop, it's now even lower because of parting shot.
And at this point, since Carson's not going to have any attack going towards Grimmsnarl, that does allow Andrew an extra opportunity to click Reflect and have that light screen or light clay from Reflect for the next 8 turns.
So it looks like he's debating putting in Ursaluna.
Andrew's still having his around. It definitely hurts a little bit. And you called out the screens. Yeah, we
The model for paintings is a crazy freaking mark to have. The model for paintings is wild. He really said, paint me like one of your French ladies.
Means that you can pressure a little sooner than if you did have to go for Protect. And bringing Incineroar back in, the Miraidon that would like to, again, probably do an attack on this turn, has to either
Alright. So now he does have fake out pressure again, which means that he can fake out into either slot.
going to be a lot of damage into either of these options switching in.
Right, and remember that the way this team is constructed, it's the Terra Electric.
And he already has his Guts boost. So his Ursaluna can attack this turn for full damage.
Andrew is not able to get away from a potential Earthquake because you'd still just be an Electric type.
Looking on into this, though, if you are anticipating the switch, we get to see Carson go instead and look for that fake out into this Grimmsnarl. So if you don't want this Reflect to go up and maybe stop that secondary screen that would be trying to limit the damage from the Ursaluna, that'd be
Welcome back. Hello! What's up, Ethan? Alright, so fake out does go into the Grimmsnarl slot, but it wasn't enough to take it out, so it is going to live on a fake Focus Sash. Volt Switch comes out and goes into the Incineroar for a little bit of chip, keeping it safe.
Andrew gets to hang on for at least one more attack. This Volt Switch will go into the Incineroar. It was -2.
And swapping in for Lunala, that is going to have that Shadow Shield, so it will not be KO'd this turn.
Activating that Electric Seed to increase the
And if you went for Facade, no, Headlong Rush, okay. So it does take a little bit of damage, but with the Shadow Shield, it takes significantly less, and now its defense has been dropped.
Which a lot of times with the Grimmsnarls, you kind of wanted to do its thing and get out, but you only have that one screen up, and now you are, with priority of the Prankster, you can go ahead and get that Reflect. So Ursaluna,
Roblox, nice. I don't even know how I do this. I have a writer's bump, so it helps to balance the pen, I guess.
And Ursaluna now already has a lower defense and special defense. Terrestrialization, though, on this turn,
I've been doing this unconsciously since middle school, and I have no idea how.
it's going to be the Lunala, everyone's favorite.
So Lunala is going to go ahead and go for the Terra Fairy. That way it doesn't take any super effective damage from an Incineroar knockoff or anything. And then Reflect goes up with that Grimmsnarl living on a fake Focus Sash, and Moonblast is going to go into the Ursaluna slot.
Critical hit into Ursaluna for the one-hit KO. You hear the crowd go crazy on that one. That's huge. And the parting shot comes one attack, two.
That was a nasty crit.
There. Now you will be able to switch out, but Carson's down to his last 2 Pokemon.
And with it being an Incineroar,
That was a nasty crit.
you do still have Terrestrialization, so you can get out of weakness. You do have Shadow Shield.
Oh no. Correct, yes, Focus Band.
On his team still, that's really hard pressed by.
Bro said every time I accidentally swap into the STEM part of TikTok, I feel dumb. Mood.
Meaning at this point in the match, Carson.
Okay, so Incineroar comes out and does have the fake out pressure once again, so he could just fake out into the Grimmsnarl just to knock it out and take the KO on that turn.
Really doing the most, or something like the parting shot, which is just going to take a little bit of time, and I don't really think that's time that Carson.
I'm sure he's not pleased with that crit. That was actually an atrocious crit because now he lost both of his restricteds.
And especially if you're on the wrong end of a speed tie, that's going to be tough. And even if you're on the right side, you got rid of Lunala. Well, then what's
So, okay, so fake out goes into Lunala. And Thunder Wave does miss on the other Lunala. Moonblast goes into the Grimmsnarl.
Time for Lunala to KO Grimmsnarl. Andrew finally getting his Pokemon knocked out. Grimmsnarl stayed around on the field for way longer than we usually see.
But now he's so free to just bring back in his Miraidon and just pick up a KO on either one of them. Yep, there he goes.
where things get a little bit interesting. That would have been nice with the Thunder Wave to really make sure that within the speed tie situation for the Lunalas, that you would have been the faster one guaranteed and always the chance at the paralysis.
Oh look, it's perfectly fair. He lost Ursaluna to a crit, but at least Thunder Wave missed. My favorite ice cream? Probably like Rocky Road or Pistachio.
coming.
I love pistachio ice cream.
If Andrew's Lunala is the slower one, then maybe there could be a lot of pressure here. But
No, you can't bring rentals to this because they have to check to make sure your Pokemon are legit. Just because they had a lot of issues with people genning Pokemon. So they've started doing legality checks. So you have to submit a rental team of your own Pokemon so they can make sure that they pass the checks. Pecan ice cream is also really good. Okay, so he picked up the KO on Incineroar. Why does that matter? Why does what matter? The Jenny thing?
Andrews is going to attack first. There is the Moonblast there.
Because well, think about it this way. If you're in an official tournament for a game, how would you feel if somebody literally like hacked in a Pokemon or hacked in a feature that they didn't have originally in the game? I think as a dev you would frown upon that. I think any dev would frown upon that. I don't think most companies are fans of any type of mods to their games unless they have like something like Halo Forge where it's like encouraged, but like either like if you're creating your own thing and putting it in a game where you actually have the opportunity to get that same thing if you just put in more time and effort, I think any dev would be upset about that and would try to mitigate the amount that happens, especially in an official format.
Protects itself on this turn to activate the Flame Orb. Trick Room is now up, and Ursaluna will be able to move first. Just click a Facade into this Fairy-type Lunala to wrap up Game 1.
Yeah, go for the Trick Room. You got an Ursaluna, and now... Yeah,
no, I think it's literally just because like you're changing like the gaming code, like the game's actual code in order to put that Pokemon in. Because like yeah, you're right. Like you could technically gen an entirely legal Pokemon, but like you still like changed because that Pokemon wasn't coded into the game. So you literally changed the game code. Why did he let it die? It got critted. Yeah, the only time that you would ever like have to spend a lot of time is if you want like minimum speed Pokemon, like 0 IV Pokemon for Trick Room. But other than that, you can always use Nature Mints to change their natures. You can Hyper Train if you want perfect IVs in like attack or speed or whatever. So like the only time you really have to like actually like breed or like reset if it's a legendary is for if you want like 0 IVs in something.
Your Miraidon can move and well Andrews can't. But unfortunately you just weren't doing the damage that was necessary, and when Andrew got the opportunity to attack, you had no way to stop that amount of damage. Grimmsnarl sticks around for way too long, and even when Andrew was on the end of some bad luck, you got a critical hit, the Thunder Wave miss, etc. You were still
okay, so game 1 did not go very well because of that crit.
You still had the numbers advantage.
What unrestricted am I taking? Right now, I'm looking at a Calyrex and Miraidon team. So the unrestricteds on those are things like Iron Hands. And who else is on that team? I don't know. I need to look. Ho-Oh? Ho-Oh's kind of cooking right now. Urshifu, yeah. Urshifu. Oh yeah, Landorus. Landorus as well.
Whether you have the damage output to play quicker, and with Grimmsnarl,
am I still the queen of croutons? Oh, you just reminded me. I should probably get a crouton. Oh yeah, and Torn. Yeah, because I like to start double genies.
And looking on into this match, I feel like it's
I'm trying to bring. I think I do. I want to say I'm probably gonna end up taking one of the bikes and like friend to the regional because I feel like the bikes are what I play the best with, because I think my playstyle, at least when it comes to the restricted format, which I think like my playstyle was different before, a one-hit KO into the Miraidon on turn 1 is crazy.
In this game on turn 1, what are these Grimmsnarls up to? It's going to be Andrews attacking first into the opposing side. That is a super.
That did a lot of damage.
There's no reflect, right? Special attack drop does not matter, so that is a huge attack.
But yeah, I think I play a lot more like hyper offensive when it comes to like using like these big boys, because me specifically, it doesn't allow me to overthink. I think a lot of times I end up making bad plays when I have a slower paced team when I'm dealing with the big ones because I overthink what my opponent's gonna do. Whereas when I use a hyper offense team, I just play the game. I just play the game that's in front of me, and I think, okay, this is what I'm gonna do. This is how I get to this result. And then whatever my opponent does, I can adjust from there.
That could be a way to kind of get around it. You can also just try and slow down the other Lunala if you want, but I definitely prefer the light screen better on this.
People might counter Miraidon, probably, but that's why I said, like, I don't mind Koraidon either.
That really helped Andrew win game 1. We'll see if that's going to help Carson in this game 2. Secure this victory, force a game 3, and terrestrialize the Lunala while we're at it. I think Andrew says, hey, that's a fine shot.
Kyogre?
Do the same.
Kyogre is one of my least favorites, I feel like. Feels mid. What do you hate about your playstyle?
Their great minds think alike, apparently. Double terrestrialization on this turn.
Okay, Terra Fairy goes up. We do get a light screen up on the other side.
Most amount of damage from Andrew.
Miraidon is gonna use Snarl!
Attacking damage for the next 8 turns.
I did not know this was Snarl Miraidon!
That's the variant of this team having Snarl on Assault Vest Miraidon there to lower the special attack of Miraidon. Now you have a Moonblast into Lunala, and with the Shadow Shield, it does hardly any damage. It is broken, however, now. This point,
I think that just shored up this game.
And Carson down to his last 2 Pokemon.
And even though
How am I supposed to plan with double restricted with a hyper offense and stall mode?
Going to be pretty key for this Lunala in making sure that it's not doing the most amount of damage. And down to final 2 Pokemon, you can
Manifest many plays? That just means that you're getting better at predicting. Now that you can predict what your opponent's gonna do, now you have to be able to adjust for that. That's how you learn. Assault Vest Miraidon? Yeah.
So the Ursaluna had a better time into this, and when there is no reflect on the other end, that is a way to maybe try and get this.
I didn't even know Miraidon learned Snarl. That's actually filthy. Alright, Volt Switch goes out.
What do we see in the back? Is it also going to be Ursaluna?
And he's going to bring in Ursaluna, which was maybe Life Orb. Yeah. Right now, I want to say that original Ursaluna is in a little bit of a better spot than special attacking Ursaluna. I think special attacking Ursaluna was better when there wasn't as many like restricted special attackers. It's gonna be May.
It's all gonna come down to.
Oh my god, next month is June! I didn't even realize next month was June.
If you wanted to try to go for Earthquake compared to Headlong Rush, there's so much on the line here.
As well as even if one Ursaluna protects, well, the Lunala goes into it instead.
I literally did not realize next month is going to be halfway through the year. That's crazy. It doesn't even feel like it's almost summertime because it's been so rainy here.
You try and one up and go for a protect and take care of the one on the other end. With the
next week is Mother's Day, yeah.
Any hit into these should be a KO from the other, and that's going to be Andrew with the protect.
Yes, his Ursaluna will be protected from any damage.
Don't be scared. Graduating is great.
Or a facade, like we see here, that's not going to do anything. Now Andrew has a response, has an opportunity to try to target.
Moongeist Beam is going to go into who? Okay, into Lunala.
Into Lunala, but remember the Snarl from earlier. It's not doing a lot of
oh, I was so remember how I wasn't supposed to stream today, Alex? Yeah, I thought I was supposed to be at my thing at 11, but it turns out I looked at the wrong date, and the next time that I'm supposed to do that, I was supposed to be there at 11, and I was supposed to be there today at 10 a.m. So I missed it. So here I am. Rain in California seems more common than snow. Oh, well, I mean, it doesn't snow unless it's in the mountains. So I don't live in the mountains, so I never get snow. Yeah, so that was my mistake, as I completely missed what I was supposed to do. So here I am streaming instead. 3 in a row.
The story of Milwaukee here this weekend, Sierra, has been about these 2 moon Pokemon. Lunala and Ursaluna have dominated, and Andrew outspeeds under Trick Room. Will get rid of Carson's Ursaluna.
I don't know. We'll see. We shall see.
Special attack against Andrew's 3 Pokemon. This Lunala will attack the Moonblast into Carson's, bringing him down to half, and you're not going to have enough damage, even with the light screen helping you here. It still doesn't
thank you.
Ursaluna. The Flame Orb is technically
Flame Orb's gonna take it out. Oh no.
But all this does is allow Andrew to bring his other restricted back in and target.
All right, so Lunala, or not Lunala. God, Miraidon's gonna probably come back on the field now.
Re-enter the battlefield.
Bro said I was on time today. Congrats. All right, so Mirai does come back. And it's literally one Lunala versus the world. Moonblast is gonna target into the Miraidon slot.
Here is Moonblast into Murata, but remember, it's -1 special attack.
Oh no. Oh, the special attack drop is crazy. Moongeist Beam is going to go into Lunala there. And finally, Miraidon is going to finish it off with an Electro Drift. I wonder in what world do you see Miraidon go and go, I'm gonna hit Grimstar. How do competitive players determine movesets for their Pokemon? I imagine the competitive scene has restrictions on what- No, actually, there's no restrictions on your moves. You just can't have repeat moves. So you can't have, like, fake out, fake out, fake out. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you can't have, like, 4 Electro Drifts or whatever. But, like, there's no restrictions on what moves you can use. It just comes down to what your team composition is, really. Which is why, like, to a more casual audience, a lot of the times they're like, oh, the teams are all the same, it must be really boring, but a lot of players like to put in, like, niche moves. For example, like the Tornadus that I'm using right now, my Tornadus has Dark Pulse on it, which is not normal for a Tornadus, but it's really good into things like Calyrex Shadow Rider. So it's like small things like that. It's just like depending on your team composition, depending on what you're having trouble with or what you want to be prepared for, that's how you decide your movesets. Have I met fans at a regional? Many times, yeah. I love when you guys say hi. What's your question? Yeah, or like Miraidon having Snarl, like that one. Okay, so now we're gonna be able to watch the finals next. What if I want choice specs agility? Okay, don't do that. We're gonna be the fastest zoomy zoom, or the hardest hitting zoomer in the world. To be fair, though, I did run choice specs Flutter Mane with Perish Song. Choice specs Perish Song was a thing that I did have at one point. But that was for endgames.
It was amazing to see, even in that endgame, I know that there was,
No need to cry. I'm only but a small, normal human.
Than how we got to see Miraidon in Regulation G, with G being so much more bulky.
Where's Victor? I don't know. Ask him. Hit him up. Tag him. Tag him. Maybe he's doing something for May the 4th.
We get to see so much of teams with these two restricted together. Even if you do have 2 Pokemon that are more so.
Oh, I'm glad that I could be your inspo.
Well, that's fine, because you have the Ursaluna that we call Raging Bolt, basically. Third restricted.
I cried when I pushed you in front of a bird. I didn't. It's not my fault that the bird thought you were a tree and decided, this looks like a nice place to use the toilet. What do you mean, add me? Add you on what? Thoughts and prayers? I'm gonna play after we watch the finals. Yeah, we'll play for a little bit. Okay, well, why did you wear a $150 shirt? Hello?
I'm excited to get to see a little bit more of this.
Yeah, the Christian talking about the bird again. Bro will not let the bird go. The bird did nothing wrong, bro. It's not my fault that he thought you were a tree. Or is it because I'm bougie? Pick up the scam likely call? Absolutely not. Oh, but you did remind me that I need to confirm my appointment with my oncologist. Please confirm your visit on the 6th. Okay. Alright, lady. Yes. I will see you on the 6th.
It goes back to there's 7 Miraidon in the soft cut. I don't know if their Shifu wants to make an appearance around here.
You would want me to take it? My arm's too short.
maybe we'll get to
Oh,
see
it's Mother's Day in Europe? Happy Mother's Day to all the Europeans.
despite the high usage.
Right, yeah, we shall see what happens, but exciting. We don't just have one player.
Someone tell Russia was very expensive.
Both of our trainers are ready, so Gabby, take it away.
Along with the sneaker. Why did you wear sneakers to the freaking beach, dog? Oh, Cliff Fable in the cup!
Carson, I know you mentioned that you wanted to do the interview after Sacramento with Marcus, and now you're back here. So thank you. I really appreciate having you back here as well.
What the Cliff Fable doing?
To do interviews with both of us, since a lot of the mirror matches are just speed ties, so it feels like we made finals together.
A Mexican mule?
Sure. So, Andrew,
Like the drink? Like like a tequila mule?
Tournament, as this is the first time we're chatting
Jays to the beach is an Elmu.
his
We were in Hawaii! What do you mean nobody told you you were gonna be on the beach? It's an island! The entire thing's a beach!
Not really.
Bro said pause the stream. Stop.
That we prepped for.
Oh, okay.
But
Have I ever had a tequila mule? No. Actually, technically I had to taste it when I was a server, because we had to know what it tasted like, so yes. But I never drank the whole thing. You lost your mom? I'm very sorry to hear that.
Was thinking the same thing when you were picking your 4 Pokemon, or were you just trying to hope that, you know, maybe luck was on your side? Let's start with Andrew.
Yeah, so I think the only thing I was thinking
I do not hate your mom, Alex.
Game and just because Grim can mitigate damage on both sides.
What are we getting me for Mother's Day? That little clip-on Miraidon.
And so it's like pretty guaranteed to get at least.
Or Father's Day, both actually.
2 screens up, yeah.
Carson, so you started with Incineroar in that game 1. What was your thinking behind that?
Yeah, so I thought the fake out after I pivot Incin, like once.
What Pokemon is number 941?
Valuable than the screens, but
Hello?
After game 1, I was kind of like, okay, I think the screens are better.
Well, I did crit you.
You did, and like there's just a lot of speed ties with the Miraidons because they can.
Magmar and Electabuzz were a big thing in like Reg H.
So, like game 1, I Volt Switch.
Reg
I didn't
H.
get to go for Volt Switch because the Draco just hit and killed me first. So I don't know. I don't think Incin was bad per se, but.
Oh, he put a little piece of tape over his hoodie. Oh no. What y'all think the brand is?
Like put me on the back foot pretty immediately. So.
What y'all think the brand is?
Every Pokemon speed ties itself. It's just a matchup.
I was gonna say, like, knowing that there were so many speed ties going.
I said maybe it's Grey Ghost.
Honestly, knowing that one of you was guaranteed to make finals.
I'm wearing my
as the
merch today.
outcome of this match, do you feel like that changed your mindset at all?
Yeah, I definitely got pretty lucky with the
Adidas?
I think for sure. And yeah, I think I would have been happy if either of us made it to finals as long as whoever makes finals wins. So yeah.
Yeah.
He got a dog hair on that little piece of tape though.
Andrew and I have been friends for a while, and like this is his first tournament back since I think Worlds. And
Wait,
so
really?
I was just excited to see him. So I was really happy we both met in top 4. I wish it could have been.
I'll make a sweater eventually.
I didn't really care who won, to be honest.
Yeah, I can see that. Look at the top, the bottom right corner. There's a real long dog hair.
Honestly, I'm a little glad he won because since he's only played this tournament, if he wins, he'll get his Worlds invite, and otherwise.
I also have the screen like blown up, so maybe it's harder for you to see on a phone.
You want to meet in finals. If you win this tournament, get your Worlds invite. There's another finals, Worlds finals.
I unfortunately cannot give you that sweater for free because the ones that the merch that's on the like the fourth wall site, I don't make those. Those are made by like the company that works with like Twitch and stuff. I make the ones that are on Grey Ghost.
I just think there's just like too much stuff to cover for.
You see it? Okay, see, I'm not the only one. Yeah, it's at the bottom. There's a real long dog hair.
Alright, well, do you have any shout-outs you want to give to anybody at home?
Yeah, for sure. Other than Carson, Justin Tang and Shiling Tang, those are the other 2 members of our building group. Especially Shiling, he put in most of the work, I think. So,
See? I'm not the only one that notices. See, everybody's seeing it now. Everybody's looking.
Awesome. Well,
and shout out to Izzy for helping me get my Pokemon in game.
Honestly, it seems like Izzy.
I like how you can just barely see the Groudon on the other side. His little arm popping out.
Well, congratulations to you both, Andrew. Best of luck in finals.
But I like Lady Gaga's new album. I've only heard that Abracadabra song, and that one does get stuck in my head.
So please stay tuned,
Abracadabra. Unfortunately, I also cannot do that. I can't do that. Can't give you Grey Ghost for free because the Grey Ghost is actually expensive for me to produce. It costs me, just for the blank hoodie alone, it costs me, specifically, almost $50. For the blank. Without me putting anything on it. And that's at wholesale price, too. But that's what happens when you get things that are made in the US. You're gonna have that stuck in your head? My bad. The slow-mo hug. Duskull and Beautifly. What if I want one of those hats? Hello? Where are those? Garden of Eden? I'll have to take a listen. We have 3 minutes until the final round. Oh no, sorry, top 4. Top 4?! Oh my god. I thought it was later than that. Not the top 4. I thought it was already top 2. Ah, yeah. Oh, we have one more top 4 match. That's why. Sorry, I forgot. Forgot that we only watched one. Chat gets a 1v1? I don't think I can do that in 3 minutes. It would take me 3 minutes just to start the Switch. Trainer tips! What's the best piece of advice you've gained from what? Oh god.
Regardless of how you play the game, just to have fun. I've made so many friends in this community, and I'm currently a VGC judge.
See?
And it's the best experience that I've
Nobody
honestly
needs to
ever
be
had.
intimidated.
As long as you're having fun, it really doesn't matter what happens throughout the day.
The best piece of advice I was given from my friends is just to relax and believe in yourself. It's
Facts.
just tapping on a screen. You know?
Facts.
Like, don't overthink it.
Facts.
Calm down, relax, take that.
Even though he's talking about Go, still facts.
Set a tangible goal for your first time.
Ooh, I like her
and
Espeon.
stick with meeting that and allow yourself to be, you know, happy with achieving that tangible goal. And if you do anything
Facts.
better than that, then it's just a cherry on top. But at least you know that you came here, you did what you came to do, and you can just kind of leave knowing that you accomplished something, then you can be proud of that.
The
Facts.
best piece of advice I've been given by a friend when playing Pokemon is being okay with losses.
True! That's what I always tell people. People are like, oh my god, you lost. Yeah. It's a-okay. See, he said the same thing. See, as a smart man, you can't learn from winning all the time. You gotta lose sometimes to learn. So everybody that's like, oh my god, streamer lost. Yeah, and guess what? I learned from it. I know, I loved her entire aesthetic too. And her little gold glasses were so cute.
I started playing Pokemon 10 years ago.
10 years?
Friends were into it, and I don't know, the game just looked really fun.
Ooh, I like the sitting cutie Raichu. I have that one.
I like
I have that!
Flygon! It just looks so cool, and I'm a big fan of Emerald, Ruby, Sapphire, those games. The furthest I've traveled to play Pokemon would probably be
Sitting cutie Raichu!
LAIC.
Look at him, he's so cute. I got this one at EUIC. I love him, he's so cute. Look at him. It's a baby. True, it's literally like people get so heated over it, and it's just a game. Have fun. It's supposed to be fun to play.
But you know, always looking to do better. Internet, worlds. I try to eat something simple, something easy. I love a burrito. I don't know. I might not finish the whole thing, but you can save the rest for later. I would say between milkshakes and smoothies, I'd probably pick smoothies. I'm a big fan of boba, and you know, you usually.
No, I don't have my. Are you talking about like right now? No, I'm wearing Hunter x Hunter pants right now, actually.
I would say I really liked going to Japan. Japan was such a unique place, something so different than anywhere I've been before. And going there for the World Championships last year, it was a good time. When I listen to music, I usually like alternative stuff.
What new Mega am I excited for?
Because I'm a big fan of the kitties.
I don't know.
I was really, you know, excited to see what it ended up evolving to.
I just hope that they give the starters regional forms instead of Megas. So that they can actually be used outside of ZA. Why would people hate you if you went to a live event? Hello? Marie! Spriggies!
Welcome to day 2 of the Milwaukee Regional Championships. I'm back on the desk with Jake to bring you through our next round in our top cut, and we're already down to just the final couple of competitors after.
I like her sweater, or not her sweater, her blazer. That's the word I'm looking for. Her blazer is cute.
And Dylan Kleinven, two trainers who have very different stories coming into this.
Okay, so now it's gonna be Luca versus Dylan.
And Dylan is on his best event finish already, making it to the top 4.
Oh yeah.
Secure a spot in the
Oh yeah.
Both of these trainers are also still chasing their world's invitation.
Right? I know, it looks soft. I like the color too. I'm a big fan of like emerald green. Maybe I belong in the Emerald City. Ha 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 ha. I'm so funny. One short day in the Emerald City.
Of that World Championship invite, but a win would be even better to secure that.
Oh look! Gastrodon! ×2! Pro said boo! Shush! Let me be. Let me have my dad jokes.
Mirror, except instead of the Lunala mirror,
Palm Springs? I've never been to Palm Springs. Actually, maybe I have. I've been to the outlets. Yeah. Yeah, I've been to the outlet, which is crazy because I live pretty close.
Those two Pokemon have been this weekend.
I think it's like an hour away.
Calyrex always going to be a titan of any format in which it is legal. Just again, looking at Luca's accomplishments, a couple regional top 4s, a regional championship, and a top 8 this season as well.
Yeah, the top 8 is definitely something.
Who do we think gonna win here? Do we think Luna gonna win, or do we think that Callie I gonna win? We back here again. We back here. Did the final start? No, after this. After this. It's because I started watching it at 11 a.m. So we've been watching top 8, and now this is the last one of top 4.
End of our Milwaukee Regional Championships. Luca, though, on this team, diving in a little bit deeper, we do have that choice band Urshifu. So we have a lot
Choice band Urshifu. After the finals, I'm gonna play it for a little bit. Do a couple battles. Do a couple battles and then I'll hop off. Both good players. I kind of want Lunala to win because that's my girl. And that if Lunala wins, it'll make me want to try the Lunala Miraidon team. Callie I? That's true. I didn't even realize that his team had a Whimsicott. My favorite deck in TCG Pocket is either the Meowscarada and Serena deck or the Shiny Charizard. However, is Ursie's tournament still going or did it end already? Because I'll probably make updated decks after that to try out other ones. I'm in Ultra Ball 4 right now, so we're almost back in Master Ball.
And of course, the Calyrex Ice on Dylan's side does have that clear amulet item, so you can't get those Intimidate drops on it. But what about the Ogerpon or the Iron Hands? Both very good targets for this Incineroar.
Choice Scarf Miraidon again coming out from Dylan. We didn't get to see it in his top 8 match against Joey, but something that could come in very handy here. You know they're going to be faster in the possible Miraidon.
The Volcarona is interesting though.
If, you know, even if something like the Tailwind goes up, you're probably able to outspeed Pokemon.
I wonder.
Urshifu, maybe the Lunala,
Let's see.
On how they're trained.
Can I open a pack in TCG Pocket yet? I don't think I can. It's loading. No, I have an hour and 55 minutes until I can open another pack. Rip. Okay, so they... Oh, wow. Luca opened with the 2 big boys.
Notably, no Protect on either of these 2 Pokemon. Lunala cannot be faked out on account of it.
That's interesting. This morning I did pull the full art Oricorio. That bird is the bane of my exit. I hate that thing. It's so annoying. Favorite Yu-Gi-Oh card? Dark Magician Girl.
Iron Hands in a pretty solid spot here.
Or Red Eyes.
Down 2 special attackers. Lunala is the Terra Fairy Moonblast.
So it is gonna go... What are we doing? Moonblast into Miraidon. And then swapping in Incineroar.
Not going to be too much damage coming out just yet.
Miraidon knows it's under threat, so it decides to pivot out, and Incineroar now taking its place.
So Incineroar comes out and gets an Intimidate down on Iron Hands.
Also, you're getting that Intimidate drop onto the Iron Hands.
Fake Out goes into the X Miraidon slot. Takes Rocky Helmet damage to boot. Shadow Shield gets broken by this Electro Drift. Takes a tiny bit of damage. Little love tap. And Moonblast does huge damage.
Able to secure the KO onto this Miraidon just yet.
Breaking that Shadow Shield with an Electro Drift means that one more Electro Drift might
I know, shiny Lunala is actually really pretty.
But a nice swap into the Incineroar there. You get some Rocky Helm
Hi, Jade!
damage with that Iron Hands Fake Out. And of course, you have the threat of your own Fake Out on this coming turn. So even though Miraidon has already put this Lunala in a bit of a precarious position, the Incineroar is there to protect it with a Fake Out of its own. I don't believe... Well, okay, Ferograph exists. Like,
Hi, Johnny.
Actually be a big deal here.
It's going well. We've been watching the Milwaukee Regional. And then after, this is the last top 4 match, and then after that it's finals.
Oh, it's actually going to be the Miraidon that switches out though. So after getting that...
So he is going to go ahead and swap out his Miraidon, probably to not get it KO'd this turn. Ogerpon is going to come out. Fake Out goes into the Ogerpon slot, loses its Sturdy. Drain Punch goes into the Incineroar, does a significant amount of damage.
It is super effective, but because we did see that Intimidate drop, it's not going to be dealing as much damage.
Took Rocky Helmet damage, however, so it didn't get fully back up to full health. And Trick Room goes up.
Speed advantage for Lunala over that Ogerpon, but the Iron Hands on Dylan.
So Moongeist Beam is now going to go ahead and go into the Ogerpon slot.
And might be able to take a knockout on that Incineroar with another Drain Punch.
Who's in the other final slot? Oh, what was their name? Who was the one that won? Was it Andrew that won? Andrew?
With a wild charge, and of course the Ogerpon having its
Thanks for the corn.
Kind of
I've come to see the mistake I made. Well, so originally I wasn't supposed to stream today because I thought I had to be somewhere at 11, but it turns out I had to be there at 10, so I missed it because I got the time mixed up. So here I am.
This Incineroar for later. U-turn, kind of one of those odd moves we were calling out on this Incineroar. A great option to have here. Just make sure that you can...
Yanis Ogerplon. My favorite sitting cutie? Probably my Calyrex. Not my Calyrex, sorry. My Spectrier. There we go, that's her name. Ivy Cudgel is going to go into the Lunala. It's going to go ahead and take it out. Thank you for the roses. Rositas.
You've now lost your wide guard Lunala, and there's nothing.
So yeah, wide guard is now off the table.
Super effective damage from Earthquake, actually. So the
Ogerpon is going to go ahead and not Ogerpon. Oh my God, Incineroar is going to go ahead and swap in.
In particular, it kind of has to be this.
Tiny Vibrava? Ooh.
Ground. And unfortunately, the Miraidon is Terra Electric, so that's not an option there. Of course, the single target
hot water and chocolate chips? No. I don't think I've ever made hot chocolate like that. I didn't know you could. Waking up? Johnny, it is 2 p.m. Hello?
So the ghost type Terra is something you could make use of. Dylan, well, not Dylan, but I guess...
I think he wants to go for the Will-O-Wisp into the Iron Hands just to nerf it permanently.
-1 Iron Hands. Probably not going to be doing too much to Ursaluna. If it does,
but he is going to go ahead and opt for, it looked like Fake Out instead on the Ogerpon, and then Facade into the Iron Hand slot. You slept at 5 a.m. Why? Thanks for the heart. Thanks for the rose. 2 Sammys and level 3 Sparkling Power. And an hour of searching. Dang. Okay, so Spiky Shield does go out. He's going to take some chip damage. But that means that this Facade is going to go into the Miraidon. And this is Choice Scarf Miraidon. I didn't even realize that.
Kind of the best use for it in this case. You know, Trick Room is up. It's going to be very difficult to attack with this Choice Scarf Miraidon that's very, very fast with the speeds reversed. And the Facade is able to take out the Miraidon.
5 p.m.?
3 to 4 Pokemon.
Y'all live in the future. I live in the past.
I think it's still a great spot to be in. We don't necessarily know the speed interactions between the Ursaluna and the Iron Hands just yet, but the Calyrex Ice Rider has hit the field now. We'll be able to threaten this Ursaluna with those Glacial Lances.
4 p.m. for you?
Being a very bulky Pokemon,
you ever get ready for bed, but then your body's like, no, and then you doom scroll instead? No, because I fall asleep at like 8:30 lately. I don't know why. Yeah, of course I like cookie dough. Just found my channel. Never understood the new Pokemon battles and EV training. I played but never competed. Just battle with friends. My videos help? Oh my god, I'm glad. The 2-year? Oh god, you saw my e-girl makeup. Not the e-girl phase, but I'm glad that they helped you. Isn't the past This isn't the past, it's the present mood.
The Ursaluna is probably going to be attacking.
I do like baking. Baking's fun.
Know that for sure, but that's what you
My battle music is better. This is the penny music.
Crystallization to remove the ice type weakness.
Sometimes be up the whole night and go to work tired mood. Have to pretend like I want to go to work, but hopefully I make it back. Oh no! Well, finals is supposed to be the next round. So hopefully you'll be able to pop in.
I don't know if this is a great spot for Luca anymore. I think
Yo, the way I be chugging my water, why do I have to pee again?
There's one more turn.
One more turn. All right, so the Murado now is locked on the field in Trick Room.
The Great British Bake Log? Did you only use like baked good themed Pokemon? Or did they?
Itself. So despite the Trick Room going up, being a pretty great start for Luca, we're now in a position where someone that set up the Trick Room is having it used against them. It's kind of a theme of Trick Rooms we've seen being set up on stream this weekend.
Yeah, I feel like Trick Room is kind of popular right now.
At least stop it from attacking, make it a little bit easier for this Ice Rider.
You can only use Pokemon that resemble food.
Because you can't protect it.
And you don't have to gut an animal to get. Yo.
I mean, the Trick Room looked really good. The Ursaluna was set up to do a lot of damage. You know, it got.
I feel like that'd be fun though.
Got a good facade off to knock off that Miraidon, but Dylan made pretty good use.
But Lotad?
We got the slow Calyrex and the slow Iron Hands.
Lotad? How is Lotad a food?
On Dylan's Pokemon, especially that Calyrex, saying, "Okay, maybe I think you're a little bit faster, so I'll be able to attack first in Trick Room."
Okay, Facade goes into the Iron Hands.
No fake out, that's for sure. So the Facade is going to just get a clean knock.
It has a leaf. It's a salad, actually. Glacial Lance goes into both. Oh! But Ursaluna's gonna go down to the freaking Flame Orb!
Looks like it. Dylan's gonna go up one.
Lily pads? I did not know you could eat lily pads.
Did the Calyrex attack first last turn? I thought it did. Maybe I just got that.
We're having a cookout.
It's possible that I just flipped that in my head, but the Calyrex being able to get that final Glacial Lance off was the big difference maker. Of course, coming very close
testing.
To the Ursaluna, but the burn from the Flame Orb activating
testing what?
Enough to take it out. And again, it just comes down to that Trick Room.
Okay. Tell me what I miss. I need to use the restroom again.
Against that Calyrex Ice Rider, and even if it's trained to be a little bit bulky, it's hard to survive a super effective Glacial Lance.
I feel like some Miraidon nowadays are trained to have just a little bit more defensive investment.
Yeah.
But yeah, that one definitely not, unfortunately. So that was a good KO for this Ice Rider Calyrex to take. And unfortunately for the Ursaluna, it just didn't have enough HP to actually survive to the end. But Trick Room was going to expire at the end of that turn, so the Ursaluna would have been at the mercy of this Miraidon, or the Ice Rider Calyrex regardless. But yeah, this was I feel like it was good for Luca until we saw the Trick Room turn start to go.
Thinking back too, I'm pretty sure that is a speed tie on the Calyrex and Ursaluna, because on the turn that the Incineroar got Earthquaked, the Glacial Lance barely didn't knock out the Incineroar, and then Earthquake did. And Trick Room was up. So they had to have just been speed tied and kind of flipped the orders on those two turns. Really good for those players to know, just knowing that, okay, maybe I thought I trained mine to be a little bit faster or slower given certain circumstances, but no matter if Trick Room is up or not, the Calyrex and Ursaluna are going to be trading back and forth in terms of who goes first.
Yeah, we'll see if Luca decides to actually go for these Trick Room turns now that we've seen that speed interaction happen. But I think for Dylan, like, I don't think you make any changes. I feel like you're okay with how that game played out. Maybe you start thinking ahead of, okay, well, if Luca's going to actually make an adjustment here, maybe I start to think ahead about how I can beat that. But I feel like a lot of these trainers have been able to find the advantage by making sure they're the ones taking the proactive plays. So Dylan is going to make an adjustment, though, for the second game. Already being up 1-0 in the series, you do have a little bit of wiggle room to do that, as Dylan's going to have the Farigiraf and the Miraidon, and this time around, Luca has decided to bench at least one restricted for now, as it's the Lunala next to the Incineroar, with this Lunala capitalizing on the electric train that Dylan has set for him.
Immediately getting that defense boost from the electric seed, which might not look too relevant against two special attackers, but Farigiraf is running the foul play attack, which uses the defensive stat of the Lunala, so that will be really helpful. You know, it is a super effective attack.
Did I make it back in time? Oh, I did. It looks like it just started. Heck yeah.
Shield with something like a Volt Switch or Electro Drift. One foul play shouldn't be enough to knock out that Lunala.
Dang it, now my water's low though. Oh, no.
Possibly save it for later for a trick room as well.
We're gonna see a terrestrialization invested though.
My emotional support water bottle is low. I didn't get a snack. I didn't want to miss the beginning of the battle.
Removing its dragon type weakness to
I debated going to get a snack though, you're right.
the Miraidon take the Moonblast last game. Miraidon held on pretty okay. And even
I used to watch the anime, but I haven't watched the new one.
The Electro Drift with a Terra Electric though actually does
You should get a snack, but I am the snack.
now in return
I'm already here. The snack is here.
the foul play from the Farigiraf. It's just not enough to actually get
Will-O-Wisp.
onto the Lunala as Will-O-Wisp now comes through from the Incineroar to burn the Miraidon.
Why are we Will-O-Wisping the Miraidon?
You actually saw some type of switch there. If it was a Bolt Switch from the Miraidon, you get the Will-O-Wisp onto a physical partner in the back.
Grab a mirror and look into it.
A lot. Assuming the Miraidon goes for Volt Switch was a pretty great move to be using in this
I
situation.
feel like I drink so much water because I have a chronic sore throat. And sometimes I feel like I drink too much water. You know what I mean? Because I like keep drinking the water to try to like not have a sore throat and it doesn't work. It's been years, I should know by now. I should know by now that it's not gonna go away.
It has the Flare Blitz U-turn and Will-O-Wisp on top of
No wonder I can't take you to movies that don't allow outside snacks. No.
Ursaluna comes in. Well, if there's a trick room, that's going to be great for the Ursaluna, but Dylan can still play around this.
Bow, 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 bow,
At least boost up some of these Moonblasts if you want to. Also removes your weakness to those foul plays. So if we do see a Farigiraf try to attack this Lunala again, it is going to be a little bit neutralized.
Okay. Electro Drift goes into the not. I like how you can hear the crowd in the background screaming. That's funny. So it did target into the Ursaluna slot. Welcome back.
And now Ursaluna is positioned perfectly. Gets to come in and get
And Miraidon is slowly getting chipped away at.
start going after these KOs.
Perfect turn by Luca there. Swapping the Ursaluna into the most likely target for that Electro Drift means that Miraidon is now stuck on the field against this.
Yeah, Mirai kind of cooked right now.
Around to set up that possible combo of Wide Guard and Earthquake to make sure you're getting damage onto both of your.
I know. I love when the crowd gets into it. It was funny though because when I went to EUIC, the crowd was so funny because every single time Focus Sash would activate, they acted like it was like some like divine act that it lived on 1 HP. And I was like, why are we getting hyped over this? We already saw it activate multiple times. What's going on? But the crowd was funny. I'm not playing. We're currently watching the top 4 in the Milwaukee Regional. And I'm going to play after the finals.
The Electric Seed that does boost up your defense just a little bit to be able to maybe help out versus something like this Ursaluna. But you're
Pats fan, what up?
It's been so good in this format because of just how many KOs it's actually able to get, or what can actually switch into it. We're going to see Dylan make the choice to remove.
Thank you so much for the 5 months. Let's freaking go. Thank you, Lukey.
Its place to take this facade, but I mean, like, it's not very effective, and you basically bring the Overcon down to its Focus Sash. Dylan is free.
Play with the winning team.
Trick room, though.
That's a really nice play for Dylan.
It's usually how you win.
Especially because that
We out here, we vibing. We vibing on May the 4th.
But as long as the Ogrepawn sticks around, it is now threatening a really powerful Ivy Cudgel into this Incineroar.
I watched the Masters 8 tournament and like the little like farewell short season.
Being knocked out by a Rocky Helmet recoil damage, but if you use Ivy Cudgel into Incineroar, you don't actually take that recoil.
Oh my god, what is bro doing? Stop it! I did not like that. I feel like I was about to have like a seizure.
It's a really rough position to be in still.
Yeah, we're actually going to see the Incineroar get removed once again as Lunala, already at very low HP.
Okay, Luna coming out.
And is going to provide
Helping hand goes into Ogrepawn.
This Ursaluna, I think, as we see the helping hand.
No more ad interruption. Love that.
Just goes for the Ivy Cudgel to secure the KO onto the Lunala. It would have been nice to be able to get that.
Having a tough time against someone with a giraffe and a rock monster. Hey, she's not a monster. She's a strong, independent Goyle.
The rest of the end of game number 2.
Earthquake comes out, takes out the Ogrepawn.
To at least get the KO onto the Ogrepawn and remove
Now, what is Dylan's final Pokemon?
Little bit of damage there to that Frigoraph.
I think a worthy sacrifice that Lunala served as.
I can tell that's his way of self-soothing, literally.
Since it was at such low HP,
Real Pokemon fans question, do you feel like Ash Greninja should have beat Charizard X?
again as much as you wanted to.
I've
Urshifu does replace it though. We are seeing this choice band Urshifu come out for Luca for the first time on stream.
I don't like Ash Greninja.
Choice band surging strikes, which
I don't like Ash Greninja.
from the electric seed on the Frigoraph, but the Miraidon is the fastest thing on the field.
I feel like I wish Leon used more Gen 9 Pokemon on his team instead of just like Charizard being his ace.
Damage off before you get knocked out thanks to the armor tail.
I'm sorry. I don't like the way Ash Greninja looks. Why does it have hair? I like Greninja. I don't like Ash Greninja. Alex, how do you not know what Charizard X is when there's one sitting in my room?
Deal with this Ursaluna. There's still a fourth Pokemon there for Dylan, so that's why we see the helping hand into the Volt switch to go into the Urshifu, and it's a one-hit knockout. So Dylan gets a chance to use
he fell!
for super effective damage, secure the KO, and change that move later.
Okay, but have you considered that Charizard X is cooler?
I think the helping hand there, just covering in case the Incineroar swapped in there to make sure that it gets knocked out. Calyrex will be the final Pokemon for Dylan, so it will have to take an attack.
I wish this thing's wings would stay out like this, but they're floppy.
A little bit weird, so this Facade, after it does a big chunk of damage, sets up this Calyrex for a possible knockout on following.
I got this at a random shop that is now closed. It was in my mall and it's gone now. So I don't know where they got it from. I don't think this is like real.
Use of fake out here for Incineroar, so there's no fake out pressure for the remainder of this game. Now it's a 3-2, but
he is cooler.
Only lock into one attack for the rest of the game as well.
Dang, his little fire is ungluing too. Rip.
Like a really tough position for
It's a couple years old, okay? Let him be.
Can do a lot, but with its
Vaporeon's back there. It's covered by the chat right now.
You just look at U-turn, Flare Blitz as your damage options. U-turn's not going to get you any sort of pivot. It's just going to be doing damage. And for the Will-O-Wisp as well, you can.
You don't like the way that the wings? I don't like Charizard Y.
But the Calyrex is going to protect on this turn, and we'll have to see what the Frigoraph can make do of the.
It's because Greninja got significantly worse. It used to be good. It's just not good anymore because Protean got nerfed.
Ursaluna has a chance to fire off an attack here, and it will be the Facade into the Frigoraph. Thanks to the +1 defense, might have.
I don't like Charizard Y.
Critical hit comes through and knocks out this Frigoraph, and now Rosemary, we might.
Bro said I hate him for that reason. No. Greninja was hardly doing damage to Charizard because it became neutral against water. Yeah, he gains Dragon typing when he's Charizard X.
Or the Ursaluna attack first.
Well, the Miraidon is certainly going to be the fastest thing for now.
Battle Bond? Yeah, well.
I feel like in this position.
But Battle Bond was kind of like Mega Evolution. So that's why it's not really a thing.
If you lock into Electro Drift, you do, like, the game just hinges
Leaner?
on if you lock into Drake immediately,
Been hitting the gym?
the
Oh
option to
no.
keep attacking with one of your Pokemon. The double protect though.
Really? I don't like Charizard Y.
Means that you just
He looks boring.
attack negated, but the Draco Meteor misses in return. So the Ursaluna is not going to get knocked out on this turn, despite the fact that the Incineroar.
That was a crazy turn.
What a turn!
Charizard has 2 megas. It has one for each version of the game. It has an X Mega Evolution and a Y Mega Evolution. Charizard Y kind of just looks like normal Charizard, and then Charizard X has the blue color.
You were right, Draco Meteor would have been a great lock there because it would have forced the Incineroar to kind of 1v2 the rest of this game, especially with that double protect. But the miss on Draco Meteor means it is now down to the Calyrex.
Let me see if I can find pictures.
Once again.
Here.
Oh my gosh, at least you know that this Glacial Lance would be super effective into the Calyrex, but this Ursaluna is certainly packing a 1-2 punch, and the Calyrex moves. It's gonna get the Glacial Lance to the Ursaluna, finish it off, and
I didn't wait 10 years to see Leon beat Elaine 3-1 and thwart the redemption arc.
What a great set. Leland showing that Ice Rider Calyrex is still
It's the only Kanto starter that has 2. Well, everybody knows that Charizard is like the golden child. It's the favorite. It's the favorite. Mewtwo has an X and Y version too. I don't particularly like either one of Mewtwo's megas though.
what a finish to the final game.
That was crazy.
I can't believe the Draco Meteor missed. I was like,
Luca is not happy, you can tell. You can tell that Luca's not happy.
1v1.
Really did. I mean,
How small.
The Drake Meteor did connect, but also the double protect didn't happen. The Incineroar and the Miraidon.
Charizard Z will be pretty cool. Imagine if they give him a Z in Mega, I'll be sick.
Flare Blitz might be able to KO the Miraidon, so then we're going to a game 3, but the combination of the double and the miss.
I think they're the only two that have two different forms, yeah.
It sure did. I love how the electric seeds both came into play for the Lunala as well.
Luca did not look happy. He was literally sitting there like
really
this.
well around the use of this choice scarf from the Miraidon. And you can kind of see why the choice scarf has been such a critical key to success here, especially in the Miraidon versus Miraidon.
Ay, ay, ay. Well, look, they have an instant replay for you since you have no idea what happened. Draco Meteor misses.
Exactly.
So, yeah, there's a
Flare Blitz goes into Protect.
Decisions here from Dylan.
The Helping Hand and the Electric Terra itself also are
Earthquake comes out.
Those choice specs. They're both the same multiplier, I believe, so you're getting that same 50% boost solely to those electric type attacks.
Earthquake knocks out Incineroar and Miraidon, but then Glacial Lance takes out Luna.
Special attack, and that can set up your Miraidon to be a huge threat.
My favorite Pokemon is Espeon. My least favorite is Mr. Mime.
That team was still winning, and so it's really nice to see, you know, the way that this speeds are set on those two restricted Pokemon. We often
Alright, so that means the next battle is the finals. Finals are next.
And we saw the Trick Room, you know, be more advantageous for Dylan in that match.
Who do we think gonna win? That means that Miraidon and Cali I is in the finals. What was the other team? It was another Miraidon team, wasn't it? If I remember correctly. Mr. Cochino.
I think something that we were already
Yeah, it was another Mirai team that won the last round, right?
It's position based, but it's also fast. Like one small
I don't remember.
step is going
I don't remember.
one of these games going in one direction or another. And so I think for Dylan, just buying yourself a little bit more time with a fake focus dash on the Ogre Pond is 30. Just having the additional chip damage from the Volcarona Rocky Helmet, having that small chance to actually get a burn if you make a contact move with Flame Body.
I'm trying to see who the other person is. Show the teams.
Picking this up and utilizing it later.
Show the teams.
Make sure the restricted Pokemon are getting, you know, the most value they can out of any given game. Even though we saw, I believe, the Ogre Pond swap into an attack and have the Sturdy broken in both games, it was still a really important piece of the puzzle there.
Please.
We saw the Ivy Cudgel threaten being a huge source of damage there. And
Please show the teams in the finals. Please and thank you. I'm trying to see because I don't remember who won the last round. My brain doesn't function.
To keep your Pokemon attacking as much as they can. You know, can't get hit by Fake Outs or any other priority moves. It's a great way to enable some of these really powerful Pokemon.
Well, what a great top 4 match to get us ready for the grand finale.
The grand finale.
We're going to take a short break, but when
Oh God.
we'll find out
Not the break again.
or Andrew Ding, who takes home that regional championship title.
Not the break again. Starting to believe this is all a dream. I'm not even supposed to stream today. I know. I'm kind of sleepy too, I'm not gonna lie. 6 minutes? Ay, ay, ay. I know, we got 6 minutes. I gotta refill my water. I gotta go get some croutons. Be right back.
It's probably just Japan for the World Championships in 2023. Honestly, not really. I've been playing for a while, so, you know, it's like, I feel like I'm equal to like most of the people. I don't really like to view people like above me or below me, so everyone to me is just like equal. I think I'm usually just a morning person just because usually nowadays I just like wake up like really early, so it just allows me to just do whatever in the morning, you know, just an early start to the day. My favorite food is usually just like any kind of sandwich, like a ham sandwich or something, and then like French fries usually. I would not want to face off against Smeargle because I feel like whenever I face one, I always have a hard time with it. And I feel like I have a pretty negative record against it. So I think my favorite city I think it's still like the Yokohama in 2023. I definitely liked how like the whole area was decorated Pokemon too, so I think that also helped to making me like it a lot more. Honestly, I don't really have like a certain type of music I listen to. Honestly, I just like let the playlist play and just whatever goes on, I just listen to. So I'm not like too picky with the type of music I listen to. That's a hard one. I think I like Mew just because I like the fact that I can learn like almost every move.
I have returned. I got croutons.
It's time
championship.
I refilled the water. I got croutons.
And we're about to kick things off across Pokemon Go.
That only took 2 minutes? Oh my. Should have taken longer. These ones are cheese and garlic seasoned. I don't have the giant Costco bag. Not this time. These are great value. We in a recession. Can you all hear me crunching? If you can, I'm sorry.
Here comes out of pocket. Both switches are firing. He's gonna get the KO.
Orange Juicers getting it done, bell to bell. There it is, the prime catcher.
Andrew Hedrick taking the win. Patrick.
Well, what do you expect? It's a piece of bread.
Critical hit takes the win.
For 7 grams, it's 30 calories.
It's a lot of practice and getting a lot of games in with your team, feeling
7 grams
and it really helps to
is
have
30 calories,
beside you to help with
1 gram of fat,
also help
4
you
grams of
form
carbs.
games in, so you know what to play when.
So I swim with my teammates and then as well with my friends.
No, it hasn't ended yet. We're waiting for the finals. The finals are in 3 minutes.
Pokemon as well, so your understanding of the matchups and how you can capitalize off of each of their, I guess, specialties and typings.
You just need to put a lot of effort in it and work.
Technically speaking, there's 20 calories in the whole... Sorry, not 20. 20 servings in the whole bag. So there would technically be...
And you could win regionals or worlds, so yeah.
600 calories in the whole bag, which is actually not very aggressive when you think about the fact that if you ate the whole bag of this, you're just eating pieces of bread.
I like to use mons that I'm comfortable with, and so building 6 and running through them to make sure I know my matchups into everything that I could face.
Because it's literally just bread.
Anyway. I
But
think
crispy
one
bread.
of the biggest things to prep for upcoming tournaments is doing practice tournaments. So servers like Flash tournaments.
Quick maths.
Inadequates has a server called Candle Cults.
No dip, no. I just licked the seasoning off of them.
Of Show 6 Pick 3, which is really different from GBL, where you only have 3 Pokemon to choose from.
Oh, we're talking about Pokemon Go. I was like, what's GBL? BBL Drizzy? Delicious crispy bread indeed. Y'all said y'all trying to tell me that when you go to a restaurant and they bring you a bread basket, you out here like, oh no, this is so many calories. Nah.
So that's how I like to prepare.
I did get the Switch 2 pre-ordered from Best Buy.
Hello, Pokemon fans. I'm in a
Ooh, I like his pin too.
of the regional championships. We're actually at the fan experience area, and I'm joined
What did they base a serving size from?
Stacky.
7 grams. One serving size is 7 grams.
That's awesome.
So for every 7 grams of crouton, you get one gram of fat, 4 grams of carbs, and less than 1 gram of protein, which is why it adds it into the 30 calories.
But we do it for fun, or you can just check it out. We also have origami classes that are done every hour on the half an hour. Things like this. We have instructions and instructor, and then we also have coloring. And anybody.
You're saying I'm in my early 20s? My brother in Christ, I'm 30.
Coloring pages.
That's awesome stuff.
A bodybuilder? Fit it into your macros then. Ain't no way you're telling me you're a bodybuilder and you haven't tried to fit things into your macros. Stop it right now. You're lying. You're lying right now because the way I used to be able to, when I used to track macros, when I used to live, I used to fit bagel bites into my macros.
That's awesome to hear. There's definitely a lot of art
Ain't no way.
back behind me.
You're lying if you're out here saying you eat bro meals all the time.
All right, I have all my artists here with me. How about you show us all your drawings? Point at the wall, wave it up there.
Grams is easier?
Yeah, all right.
Instead of servings? What do you mean?
I just have one question here.
Serving size is 2 grams. That's a serving. 2 grams is a serving. What do you mean? A serving is not a number. I mean, 1 serving, so 1 portion of food is 7 grams.
Pokemon action.
People got their pre-orders canceled? I'm 30.
Legendary. Do you got what it takes to win here at the Milwaukee Regional Championships? That is the question we are asking our two final trainers remaining in the Masters Division of the Milwaukee Regional Championships. Andrew Ding and Dylan Kleinvin will answer that question right as we get set up for the final.
Besides, going back to the macros, y'all should know that being in a chronic deficit is bad for the gains. Sometimes you need to be in a slight calorie surplus so that you can build muscle. Can't be lean all the time, unsustainable, and makes you feel like trash. 30 is the new 21. 21, can you do some for me? Y'all can't out-fitness the original fitness queen. I used to work at NutriShop. I used to lift. I used to be in the crowd with all of the, what are they called? The people that compete. The girls. Oh, the bikini competitors. Not bodybuilding. I don't have enough muscle for that. Lean all year round? Why do you like to make your life sad?
Looking at the achievements, there's definitely some great achievements.
You don't want to build muscle?
The one important achievement I want to talk about is for both of these.
You don't want to eat?
You need some great
You don't want to live a little?
Event to help you towards that world's invite. For Andrew, he actually doesn't have any, right? But for the winner of this match, you are not just going to be crowned the Milwaukee Regional Champion. You are going to earn an auto qualification for the World Championships, and I think that is going to be.
Did I start with the OG red or silver and gold? No, I started with Pokemon Stadium and Let's Go Pikachu. Sorry, not Let's Go Pikachu. Hey You Pikachu, because I didn't grow up with the handheld consoles. I grew up with the Nintendo 64 and the GameCube.
Love this set though. Instead of going for the assault vest for the longevity, the choice specs for the damage, you go for the choice.
Being in a surplus. Ooh. Not Twitch wanting me to take a survey right now. Being in a surplus can come with gaining fat because but that's why people come. Well, yes, but in order to build muscle, you also need to be in a calorie surplus. If you're in a constant deficit, number one, it ruins your metabolism and you're gonna be actually wrecked when you're older. And number two, you don't build muscle like that unless you're on like some type of steroid. Then for sure. Then for sure. Be lean all year round. And inject chemicals. That doesn't sound like a silly, goofy time.
Very difficult to endure that hit.
Where in the world is Princess Diana?
Restricted Pokemon in the battle. Looking on Andrew's end, there's also a lot of key pieces to be protecting these Pokemon, but instead you're looking at the Grimmsnarl with the screens to achieve that. Reflect, Light Screen, no matter the situation, Grimmsnarl has got you covered. Thunder Wave as well, a really nice way to be able to slow down the pace. You have to worry about paralysis, all of that other stuff. And this is the Miraidon that we were talking about in comparison, that Assault Vest. Something to also help you survive those hits and to slow
My hair's stuck.
But don't be,
we about to start. He still got that dog. Nobody told him about that dog hair?
Has been one of the biggest Pokemon of this weekend. Really finding a great home in this.
Bruce said I hope both teams have fun.
Looking at this Earthquake and the headlong rush to really pressure the other team, that has been really nice. I think the only real thing about this Pokemon is the speed tiering can be a little awkward sometimes, but that's where the Lunala, that's where the Trick Room comes in. And if Dylan wants to go for a Trick Room situation, then Ursaluna is still something that can really kind of just catch him off guard, and that could be a really key piece for Andrew here.
Yeah, both of these trainers have access to Snarl.
Are they literally using like the exact same team?
Lower the opposing
What's up?
Attackers, those restricted Pokemon lower their damage, and of course Grimmsnarl can lower.
To each their own, indeed.
It's finally time. It's been a great weekend. A great.
Oh yes, I did. I play. I have played all the older games, yeah, but I just didn't when I was a kid. I didn't get to play the old games until I was like in my 20s. What are they writing down? They're probably just starting a notes page. May the 4th be with you. I kind of dressed like a Sith today, huh? Because I'm in red and black.
The situation for Andrew where you have to decide what you prioritize more. Is it that Reflect for the Calyrex, or is it going to be that Light Screen? We've seen a lot.
I am 30, yeah. I turned 31 at the end of the year.
A little bit more in check, especially too with a really powerful attack from the Miraidon that can threaten. But again, Assault.
Why'd they pick the freaking? There's music.
As powerful as a couple of the other ones out there, but Terastallization right away to get this started.
Yeah, immediately on turn one, neither
Leave the
player
force alone.
any of their opponents or any of their Pokemon just wanting to get into the battle, wanting
Well, thanks,
to
Sebastian.
throw down with this choice scarf, Terra Electric Miraidon on Dylan.
I hate those glasses. They give me like the heebie-jeebies.
Of his own on his own Miraidon. They're both Terra Electric.
Dressed like Stitch, but it's May the 4th. It is not a. It's not a Stitch day.
Scarf held item, boosting Dylan's Miraidon speed by one stage at the cost of having to lock into one attack. Reflect from this Grimmsnarl is going to mitigate the physical damage for the next 8
Thanks,
turns.
Griffin.
Dylan is going to output there. There's the
Okay, so Grimmsnarl pretty low.
enough for the one-hit KO, so you're going to need the Glacial Lance.
We're swippity swapping out.
The question is Andrew, potential Draco
May the 4th be with you.
into the Calyrex? Is Dylan going to get the chance to Glacial Lance that Grimmsnarl?
Again, both.
Oh, we're watching the finals right now, so yeah, it looks a little different.
Great, but at the end of the day, it's still a Miraidon. At this point, you have the Terastallization into the Electro Trade. You have the terrain. So now seeing this Electro Drift.
Let's go. Electro Drift is gonna go ahead and go into the Cali Eye, but this is Assault Vest. But it's still, ooh, brings it down to 13. Glacial Lance is gonna come out. It is enough to take out the Grimmsnarl, but Cali Eye is now on 13 HP.
Onto Miraidon, getting one boost to his attack stat with that Chilling Neigh ability.
What a survival from the Calyrex. And now the Grimmsnarl has only been able to add one layer of screens that reflect. So when Miraidon comes back in later for Dylan,
Luna is here to join the party.
goes down, so it's going to be Lunala, Andrew's other restricted, now coming to join the fray.
Yeah, Lunala has been absolutely crucial. We've seen it so successful this weekend, not just with Andrew's team composition, but every other time it has been on stream. You have access to Wide Guard to stop Glacial Lance, or you can even just try to go for a straight-up attack.
And it looks like he is going to go ahead and swap the Cali Eye
This is something that could do a lot of power
for the Iron Hands. And Ivy Cudgel is going to go into Lunala to break Shadow Shield.
And this Ogre Pawn, again, sturdy. You cannot take it down in just one hit. Just like the Lunala on the other head and the other end with that Shadow Shield. So that is also going to be a double up.
Are you trying to square up with the world of Star Wars?
It's a very precarious situation, so a swap here makes sense, but that means something coming in is going to take a lot of damage.
And
Hi, Hot
Dylan is foregoing that attack increase on Calyrex Ice Rider for when it comes back in. It'll be back right down to neutral. We got to preserve it for later. So Iron Hand switching into this position. The Ivy Cudgel.
Ivy Cudgel goes into Mirai. Doesn't really do it as much as he thought. Snarl does come out.
Two physical attackers really not going to matter.
They obviously don't care.
Andrew may be anticipating a switch in from a special.
And Trick Room goes up with Lunala. My favorite starter trio? Probably the Gen 4 starters.
The slower Pokemon will be outspeeding the fast Pokemon like Miraidon.
And so when Iron
Either that or Gen 2. I feel like, actually, yeah, maybe Gen 2, because Gen 2 doesn't have any that I don't like. All the other ones, I feel like there's at least, besides Gen 1 and Gen 2, I feel like all the other ones, there's one starter that I don't like.
Ogre Pawn is going to be a little bit more awkwardly positioned, though, especially seeing how fast it was on that previous turn. It is going to be one of the slowest, if not the slowest Pokemon that we have, but it's going to be the Iron Hands first.
No switching and no legendaries. Ay, ay, ay. Best of luck.
Now that Moongeist Beam is going to be pretty solid damage into the Ogre Pawn, and more than
Okay, Ogre Pawn is gone. I don't like Chimchar. I like Tepig and I like Pignite, but I don't like Emboar. I like Trico, but I don't like Sceptile. I think that they should have stopped at Grovyle. Sceptile is like too much. Who else don't I like? Incineroar. Litten and Torracat are fine, but Incineroar is nasty. I'm trying to think if there's anybody else that I don't like. I don't think so. I think it's just those. Oh, sorry, Inteleon. The Inteleon line. The whole line. Sobble, whatever the middle evolution is, and Inteleon can all go.
You do have this pressure with the Iron Hands, but that Ursaluna is kind of staring you down.
It looked like Dylan just.
Is that what its name is?
Calyrex Ice Rider would underspeed or attack first under these Trick Room turns compared to Ursaluna on Andrew's end, or even the Iron Hands. Usually we see.
Oh yeah, and Chestnut. I knew there was at least one grass starter that I didn't like.
Here, it's under Trick Room. We need to learn the attack.
Drizzile, that's right.
Andrew's Lunala is going to stop itself from taking any earthquake damage. However, this flame orb guts boosted earthquake into both of Dylan's.
I like Grovile better.
What an attack coming out from this Ursaluna. Lunala stays safe. Dylan, you cannot stay the same. And now both of those Pokemon go down, and there's only one left in the back, and it's this Calyrex Ice Rider that's taken all the damage.
It's so low at this point.
Thanks, Colin.
Get to attack first. It's not going to be able to knock out the Lunala, and Andrew is in such a commanding position.
Are you a gray Jedi type of person, Wayward Son?
Shadow Shield was broken, was still able to set up Trick Room, still getting
Chestnut did bumble the bag.
And Andrew in the spot. I mean,
Okay, well now it's just Kali on 13 HP in a dream, so this one looks like it's done. Favorite anime? Anime and Naruto.
Again, is gonna stay safe. As anything, even if there is the glacial lynch, if you don't know quite
No.
here, the facade here.
That's gonna be enough.
Mace Windu.
Andrew Ding's Moon Room duo has gotten him one victory away from a second.
He did not deserve to go out the way that he did.
What a match as well. Being able to set up that Trick Room aspect of the Moon Room to really enable the Ursaluna at the end. Volt switch, you instantly get the Ursaluna in, you get the Flame Orb, and from there it was just destruction.
The purple saber did fit different.
Looking back at this match too, it was really interesting.
In a world full of Sakuras, you're looking for your Hinata? What does that mean?
Here, and it was Andrews that was able to do so
What does that mean?
Hey, this Calyrex kind of got to stick around. It got to take down the Grim Snarl. You had already taken so much damage, so it looked like a really
It's not letting you, your PC's not letting you log in?
You didn't have that Grim Snarl to set up another layers of screens or anything.
Okay, so that was game one. Game one goes to Lunala.
More beneficial. You just had run out of steam.
There's this
Tell the chatter that the Jedi and the Sith going to war is the plot of the movies? Well, of course.
And Ursaluna kind of covering each other's weaknesses, and in positions where Ice Rider or
I like Ice type Pokemon. I wish that they were better.
Might feel strong into Lunala or feel strong into
Favorite set from Sword and Shield, and what do your favorite set from Scarlet and Violet? What do you mean by favorite set? VGC 2025.
It's almost like, where does Dylan have the damage or the damage mitigation?
My eyes are itchy, help. I'm trying to scratch my eyes without ruining my makeup.
That's the difficult part, because the first thought would be terrestrialization, but again,
This was so much easier when I had no makeup.
When you are looking at that terrestrialization into the electric type. Iron Hands instead could be something that if you had saved the terrestrialization like for that, but again, into the water type, it's still just going to be neutral.
You mean Pokemon Champions or Pokemon ZA? Colin.
Pokemon on this team, even to the Calyrex Ice Rider, if you try and save that for the later game, well, that's the fire terrestrialization. That doesn't help you out.
Still weak to ground. So at this point, Ursaluna, if it is able to properly switch onto the field, I think at any point, if Dylan sees Lunala, he has to.
Well, I mean, both sides are flawed. I think that's kind of the point of the entire series. You know what I mean? Like, the Sith is flawed, and so is the Jedi, because they both see things in, like, black and white. And that's why, like, Anakin brought balance to the Force.
Or how you can navigate it. Anything, but it's time to now head into game 2 here and see the leads.
Yes, Dylan Kleinvin, with his back against the wall, wants to force a game 3 to have any chance of walking out as the Milwaukee Regional.
Thanks, Rizzy.
Iron Hands, Calyrex Ice Rider versus Andrews Miraidon.
You want the love that he's blind at first, but is crazy about him? Huh?
When you opt into the Miraidon, be Miraidon, you see the
My favorite, like, battle styles? I don't think I'm a rain, or like I don't really think I'm a weather person. I think I play more like just balanced teams.
But you do have the chance to even just go for the Trick Room. You have Fake Out on your side, and when you are
ZA? Oh, I'm excited. If we get the regular June Nintendo Direct, that will be when we see more of ZA, hopefully. Welcome back. Yeah, this is the final. This is game 2 of the final, so you made it in time for game 2.
That's also a ghost type that's not going to take any damage from Fake Out, a normal type.
The problem was Anakin should have been with Obi-Wan at all times, so the Dark Lord couldn't mess with him. No, the problem is that Qui-Gon died. That's why the song that plays while he's fighting Darth Maul is literally called Duel of the Fates. Because, like, if Qui-Gon would have survived, he probably would have not let Anakin fall to the dark side, because Obi-Wan was, like, young. So he literally became a father figure when he was young and, like, wasn't ready and was more of, like, a brother to him versus, like, a father figure. And, like, look at how that turned out.
Still for Dylan in this position. Shadow Shield is intact for Lunala, so that's going to be the first step, but no Wide Guard, so this will be taking the attack.
That's right. Shadow Shield is broken. Wild Charge into Lunala that does have the Quirk Drive boost, and it still does not do a lot of damage. That's how bulky Electric Seed plus Reflect.
Hinata liked Naruto, but Naruto liked Sakura until he realized his true feelings in the last movie.
Absolutely massive, because it looks like the
Yeah.
follow-up on the next attack would be enough.
Oh, so you're saying that they want... Yeah, I don't think that's blind love. I think she just liked him because she liked him. Favorite booster pack? Oh, I don't know what they're called, dude. I don't know what the booster packs are called, so I don't know.
And it looks like Iron Hands will get knocked out on the next attack from the next Spirit Break.
And we get a little insight to what Dylan
Trick Room Mega Camera? No. That sounds scary. Ooh, Lunala, you're so cute with your little fangs.
With only one restricted Pokemon, and it is not very healthy at that. Sure, the speed is in your favor. The damage that you really need.
Naruto really loves Sasuke mood.
Turn away from losing the only restricted you have in the match.
Well, I'm not gonna I'm telling you, I don't have a favorite. I don't have a favorite set because I collect cards because they're pretty. I'm not like chasing any particular card. I just collect them all. If you want to know what my favorite set was, base set. There you go. Base set 1. Base set 1. Jungle. There you go. From when I was young and spry and happy and didn't have a care in the world. I don't have a favorite pack from any of the new ones. I don't chase good cards. I just chase pretty cards.
Of course, you need to keep this Calyrex safe. This is protect this.
When it comes to the cards, I literally don't care about monetary value.
All of a sudden, Andrew just sets up this Wide Guard, and you've gone for something like the Glacial.
I am doing well, thank you. Gotta catch 'em all.
That is not going to gain you any momentum.
Like, I have, like, that little Charizard that everybody wanted from 151, and everyone's like, oh, you're gonna get it graded? And I was like, yeah, for sure. Never got it graded. It's just sitting in my... It's sitting in my drawer.
Before you were allowed to have a second restricted on your team last regulation with the Psychic type Electric Seed Trick Room access.
You don't like the shiny Volcarona?
Into that Grimmsnarl spot, and there's a Wide Guard. That's not going to matter here since the Calyrex Ice Rider had swapped out.
Ba-da-da-da-da-da.
We'll just be
I wish they kept the Sword and Shield gym leader music.
Andrew does activate that Flame Orb first.
That was sick.
So this Ursaluna is something, especially now that we are still having a one more turn of Trick Room, can output a lot of damage. Volcarona getting that boost
in Narnia, Oscar.
But will you be able to really take advantage of it? That's going to be the big question here. If this Ursaluna gets to attack, you have 2 full health Pokemon, so that could be a nice little thing for this moment. But again, the Farigiraf doesn't have Protect, so if you do think that this Ursaluna is just straight up underspeeding you, the Volcarona is the only thing that can really protect past this turn.
So we have a Protect from Volcarona.
In this final turn of Trick Room to keep itself completely healthy.
Facade goes into the little giraffe, Farigiraf. Bad Play is going to go into Lunala. It does nothing because it's a special attacker. Huzzah! Ow! That did not... This giraffe refuses to freaking go down.
Dylan is slowly but surely losing HP.
She left them? Oh no. Dude, I know, right? The gym music from that game is so good.
And this is what's going to be really tough about this situation.
The club music. Dun 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 dun.
That's great for Maridon when it switches back in.
Yeah, it's good for the
At school the next day? No. That's crazy. Leaving them at school is wild. Yeah, because Facebook is whack, dog. I don't know. Who goes on Facebook? I haven't touched my Facebook in years. Eons.
And the foul play into Ursaluna. That's a pretty high attack, but it actually doesn't help out there because of how Burn operates. Facade with the one-hit KO into Volcarona. And now Dylan.
No, I do not. No, I do not. I don't use Facebook. Life updates from old high school people? I don't want that. I don't want any part of that. If anybody that I knew in high school, I don't talk to anymore. And probably for good reason.
But then it's still what you're able to do past there, and I think Andrew just has too much momentum in this position, and with Lunala going down, Andrew again was the player
What's up,
that
Kyle?
was too restricted into this fight, and now there's
Not
Miraidon
Volcarona.
on the field. I think the only one thing is, hey, this Miraidon
Facebook
doesn't
today is what
actually have
Celebi EX was in today's meta. No.
staring down all of these Pokemon. I really don't know if that one's gonna matter in the end.
Yeah, there's such low HP at this point that any type of attack would be enough to knock it out. Calyrex will protect itself on this turn, allowing the Electro Drift goes
Really?
into that protected.
I don't think I talked to a single person that I knew in high school, like at all.
To attack next, or the Ursaluna getting the facade.
I think I went on Facebook at one point and I updated my profile picture because I hadn't updated it since like I was like 21 or something. And somebody was like, "Is this Diana from XYZ?" And I was like, "Oh God!" And I literally clicked off of the entire website forever after that. I was like, "Nope, don't want to do that. Don't want to deal with that." White rice and sesame chicken sounds bomb.
We're looking at this Calyrex that doesn't really have boosts.
Respectfully, if people haven't spoken to me in the last like 2 years, you don't know me anymore, and that's okay. That's okay. You don't need to know me anymore. No beef, no tea, no shade, but you just don't know me, and that's okay, and I don't want to know you. I'm protecting my peace.
That's going to be, and also Glacial Lance would be super effective. So very smart defensive terrestrialization out of Andrew. The fake out goes into Grimmsnarl, who didn't even attack this turn, just swapped in. Glacial Lance into both, but because of the reflect, Grimmsnarl and Ursaluna will hang on. Ursaluna is going to knock it.
Oh no! Luna wins! Your work requires it? Oh wow. I think, yeah, the last time that I like regularly used it is because it was when I lived in Colorado. The restaurant that I worked at had like a page where you could like request off on Facebook, and that's why I had to use it for stuff like that. As to why I leave them in the past mood.
That was a commanding victory from Andrew. He felt so confident. Obviously, his entire
What happened later down the line of getting to know each other? What do you mean? Use it to promote the podcast. We went to the same school. I literally got an invitation to go to my like 10-year high school reunion, and I was like, haha, psych! Miss me with that invite. Miss me with that invite! Is absolutely not. Pause. Alright, there we go. Hold up. Let me pull up the switch. Oh, it's off. The switch turned off. Brat. Let me do this. There we go. There we go. My controller. And I should pop this out so I can see my game. There we go. What the Mankey doing over there, bro? Ready. He ready to square up. Look at him. He like this. Thanks, Griffin. You made it! You just missed the final. I just swapped my game. Yasekabo! Ah! Bro, he ready. He ready to square up. He got the Noti. He's part of the Noti game. Noti gang gang. Remember me? We took driver's ed together with Mr. Rodriguez. The way I'd be literally... I'd be like, who? Who won? It was the Miraidon and Lunala team that won. Oh, well, welcome, Sam. People have the winning team already built. On the ladder? Oh, I'm sure. I'm just gonna do a couple viewer battles. Mankey. The Lunala? I think it has like a little bit of speed investment. Your brain is fried? Bro, mood. Samesies. Same. I should use a Lunala team. Yeah, sure, why not? It's your job to call him is wild. Who won? Sorry, Miraidon Lunala. Happy Sunday, Prestige World. F's. F's. F's in the chat. We're already cooked. Game 1. Game 1, cooked. Absolutely washed. Who won, Miraidon or it was the Miraidon Lunala team that won, which is why I decided to use a Lunala team and I literally just matched into another Lunala team. F's. We're cooked. I'm gonna get wrecked. I'm gonna get wrecked. I think it'll be better in like I'm talking about like Dawn Wings, because I think it'll be better in Trick Room. I think it's better than Trick Room than Lunala, like alone. Chat, do we remember if his was Electric Seed or Power Herb? I don't remember. Welcome! What's up, Kiba? It was Seed? Okay, it was Electric Seed. Ogerpon breaks the mold. Well, alright. Well, it's not Mother's Day yet, so I haven't gotten her anything. Work on a set. Work. Koraidon looks like it hates Groudon. Look at it. Look at the way it's looking at it. Nice crit. I want to look at Lunala stuff. Yeah, I like Lunala. Yeah, Miraidon Lunala with Electric Seed Lunala. What are Lunala counters? I don't know. Deleted. You do? Give it. Give it here, Malfoy! You died of that? No, sir, you don't. No, sir, you don't. Kinda does look like Powerade, huh? Mwah, you did good. You did good, kid. You did good. You did good. I love them together. The left? Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out which one. Your Lunala's big. So I'm trying to make sure you can still see Ndidi. I don't remember if this Lunala has speed investment. I think it does. I think it does have speed investment. I don't remember. This is the rental from Cybertron. Do we know? Help. For your YouTube video, I would just say, pretend like you're talking to a friend. That's the easiest way to film a YouTube video. Come on, Luna! That wasn't enough? Whack. Oh, but oh no, my Ndidi got critted! My Ndidi got critted! Anybody can become a YouTuber. You just gotta try. Ugh! That crit was nasty. If I had helping hand, that would have been enough. That was foul. Who puts the... That was foul. GG's. That was foul. Absolutely foul. GG's. With your freaking CTS Thunder Punch Groudon. Bruce said, who was that? You run Thunder Punch Groudon? That's crazy, Johnny. It's real crazy. What does that do for you in the current meta? Who are you trying to hit? Kyogre? What does that do for you? Because who does that? What is Thunder Punch doing for you in the current meta? Who are you punching? Kyogre has it coming, I guess. Facts. Facts. What do I want to use, chat? Do I want to use Lunala and Korai? Do I want to use Kali-I and Mirai? Or do I want to use, one of these Zamazenta Shadow Rider teams. I don't remember which one's which. Oh, I do remember now. Terra Electric Groudon with Thunder Punch. Shut up, Deadpool. God. Yeah, correct. It's called the Masuda method. Yeah, which one do I want to use, chat? Do I want to use horse and dog? Horse and snake? Snake and bat? What do I want to use? Repo! Do I have any Trick Room teams? They're not Trick Room teams per se. They're like hybrid teams. Horse and dog. Snake and bat. House and dog. I'm not good with this one, but alright, I'll try. I'll try. I will try. I think this is the one with the not weird Zamazenta. I think. Hold on, let me change the music. I need to put Elite 4 on since I heard it on the stream. Okay. Latati, what do you have? Latati, latati, latatam. Oh. Leave me alone, bro. Said Wookiee Squidward. In the meta, they just be running legendaries. In the meta, you can run 2 restricted legendaries. What is wrong with people? Why do you guys have such hatred towards legendaries? You don't think they're cool? Hello? They give them to you for free. Whatever game you get a free one. Why are you always like, you want to use legendary? Man, come on. Y'all haters. Articuno and Rayquaza. Snake and bat. Leave them alone! Leave Brittany alone! Who'd you... Ugh. Why'd you miss the torn, huh? gross and skill issue. Out here with my... They're not sweaty! They put deodorant on. They put antiperspirant on, okay? Nice. Good job, Rillaboom. Da 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 da. You eat the nature trio for breakfast? Why? Why do you eat them? Why do you eat them? What was the mistake? I was supposed to be somewhere at 10 a.m. and I thought I was supposed to be there at 11 a.m. So, here we are. Christian, how'd you train this? Is that within range, or should I expect to be disappointed? Should I expect to be disappointed? I don't know how this is trained. Axe deodorant. At Tobias? You're mad? Okay, I was not disappointed, actually. What's that thing's name? First said because they taste good. What do the genies taste like? Eh. Oh, you got there before. You got there at the same decision that I did. Wow, thanks. I'm glad we're on the same page. I'm gonna yell at you? Why would I yell? Why would I yell? know my grass. Bro said I'm so good at team building. It did eat. It did eat, yeah. And it didn't disappoint me when I grassy glided tornadoes, because I wasn't sure if it was so frail or not, so if it was so weak that it wasn't within range because it was low. Okay. Lamazenta! There goes Tailwind. Christian, you're so toxic for giving me Encore. GG. I like using Encore. They taste like magic. Bro, you're tasting genies. Piplet, you have to remember that I have been playing doubles now for like 2 years. So I have a lot more experience, which does go a long way. They're genies. Ay, ay, ay. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, 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 bow. Gita! Oh no, we're fighting the champion. I know, it's raining here too. We're fighting the champion. Champion Flo? Flo? Okay, chat. Do I use snake and horse? Snake and bat? Yeah. Snake and horse or snake and bat? Snake horse or snake bat? Which one? La primera. Snake and horse or snake and bat? I got one for each right now. Snail. Snake and bat. I got 2 for snake and bat. Chicken bacon ranch. Snake bat. Oh, thank you so much for the biddies. Oh, man. All right, we'll use the bat. Snake bat it is. Oh, what the actual F? Why do I keep running into this team? Hello? 911, I've got to go. Why do I keep running into this? Is that Dark Urshifu? Because Water Urshifu on a Sun team seems like animal abuse. Okay. Thunderous? Yeah, because it's not as good right now. Thunderous had its time in VGC though. They're like, what do I want to do? ¿Qué pasa, Mufasa? I don't know what I want to do. What if I do that? And is that what I want? Sure. Is this the same person that I fought before? And I used... No, this is a different person, isn't it? I don't know. Why is everybody using this team? What is this team? Why is this team special? Very nice. Nice crit. Okay. Hee 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 hee. There we go. Got rid of Lunala. What about Menudo? High horsepower. High horsepower, you say? Whack. Look who it is. Speed boosting, you say? Chen Pao Charm. Oh, the one on my water bottle. There goes my HP. They've been high horsepowering. It's acrobatic. And high horsepower. Okay. I basically have to bank on Groudon missing. Yeah. My win condition is Groudon misses. That's it. I don't even know if this lives in acrobatics at this point, though. Because, I already close combated twice, so it probably just dies. I have smiled. I've smiled a lot today. No, it still doesn't live after 2 close combats. Not after 2. Alright, hey, since I've already battled you twice, let somebody else battle. Otherwise, I'm just gonna go on the ladder. But GG's. Actually, I am gonna just go on the ladder. I don't know why I haven't done that. Silly me. Oh, maybe I should just hop off, actually. It has been 4 hours. It has been 4 hours. Although, maybe I'll just do 1. Maybe we'll just do 1. I'll do 1. And I'm gonna use the team that I like, which is this one. Radiating bright energy. We shall do When? But yeah, I think that... I don't know. Obviously, I think I feel most comfortable with Miraidon and Kali I. What is this, dude? What is Halucha doing? Why am I on the other team? Why am I on the other team? Mm-hmm. No, 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 no. I will not have last match syndrome, I swear. Halucha's taking an electro drift to the... Let it be! Let it Halucha. It definitely has... What's going on? Help! What's happening? I don't know what's happening. I hate the ladder when it does this. They're still in 2019. I don't even know what's happening. What is the Colossal doing? Okay, something's tearing. 2021? What are they doing? What are they plotting? My dog is doing great. Yeah, but what's the Colossal doing? Rock slide? Oh. Hey, it's trying its best. I said the math ain't math. It's trying. It outspeeds Lando now. Oh, and Landorus did not take that out. But that almost took Landorus out. That's crazy. That's crazy. I wish I knew what was happening so that I could actually plan for it, but I guess that's what happens when you go on the ladder. You want me to Trick Room? It's using Rock Slide. I will die. I needed Primarina to die because I can't safely bring in Miraidon. Oh. I am surprised Fire Punch didn't take that out. We love lurkers, it's fine. It's Halucha! Here comes acrobatics! I'm just gonna get punched by Halucha, because it definitely outspeeds. I mean, I have Tailwind, but it has, what's that thing called? Yeah. It has, Unburden. That's the word I'm looking for. Could only outspeed one. Yeah, but Miraidon would still outspeed Kali-I. Yes, thank you, Unburden. Here goes my Tailwind. No! What do you mean? But even in Trick, or I was in Tailwind, but the Miraidon still would have outsped, I'm pretty sure. I don't know what the speed investment Moonlight put on this was, to be completely honest. I'm timid. I don't know if they're timid. This might be a speed tie. They're probably gonna tear a fairy. I don't think they... No, they already tear it. I lied. I don't remember the pace either. I don't remember how much speed is on that horse. Oh, if I get Draco Meteored, I die, though. If I get Draco Meteored, I die. It dazzled? I don't know. Okay, so this comes down to either speed tie or just the fact that I am timid and they're modest. It might be that I'm timid and they're modest. I don't know. I don't think it's max speed, Callie, but I think it has a little bit of speed investment. Scarf Mirror, I don't know. See, this is... I asked Moonlight to make it timid because I was tired of losing to the mirror. Because I would always underspeed other Miraidon. Because I was modest before. That was crazy. What the actual? That Colossal was wild. Deadpool, stop! I didn't do it on purpose. It just happened. Deadpool's laughing at me. Deadpool's bullying me. Is this literally the team that we saw today? And during one of the matches? Really? I prefer timid just for the mirror. Okay. I am going to start... I think it's fine to start... I think, why do I like this start so much? I think it's because there's so much fake out. I think we start like this, and we bring Miraidon in the back, and then obviously we have to bring Pally Eye. But I kind of want to bring Iron Hands. This feels like a 5 Pokemon situation. This sure does feel like a 5 Pokemon situation. Ugh. I don't know how to deal with this one. I don't know how to deal with this one. A hidden 5th Mon. I know Iron Hands is fine into it, but like... Okay. Alright. My Iron Hands? Oh, I have to look. I don't remember. I have to look at the thingy. Okay. So they went straight for Lando damage. Got it. Okay. I'm gonna get Brave Birded. Yep. Okay. Okay. No, dude! You mean? I gotta get rid of Grimmy! I gotta get rid of Grimmy! We play for flinch with Dark Pulse. Okay. It sets Tailwind. So now we can get Tailwind up too. So now that we know that they're not going to Trick Room, we can get Tailwind up. I kind of want to Sludge Bomb into that. Okay. Maybe I get a crit Sludge Bomb. What are you bringing in? Iron Hands, okay. Nope. That takes recoil. Howdy! We swap in Mirai. I think we... Yeah, we go for Dazzle. And we go for... It's in the rain. The only thing I'm concerned about is freaking Sacred Fire burning. If Sacred Fire burns, then we're actually cooked. Yeah, I saw that one coming. If Sacred Fire burns, then we're cooked. Yeah, we're cooked. Yeah, we're cooked. I don't even know why I expected to not be burned. It's me. It's me. It's a me, Mario. Yeah, I think it's GG's because of the burn. Because Horse doesn't have enough time to pick up any attack boost from Glacial Lance now. That still does a nice chunk, though. Okay. Went for low kick on Callie. Alright. Okay. So I think here I have to Terra Fairy, right? Because the other Mirai's in the back, and if it can simply Draco Meteor. So I think we do Terra Fairy, Dazzle, and then we do Lance. I think so. I think we're going to see a pickup in Ho-Oh. I think Ho-Oh stats going to be up. Okay, I did go for Protect. So we Dazzle. Ho-Oh lives, but because you tried to use Protect, we do pick up the KO with Lance here, which still doesn't help as much because, we're burned. It is the 2v1 versus Miraidon, but they can still go for Dazzle. And I don't know if Callie I would live Dazzle, but if they go for single target, then all we can really do is Lance. I have Icicle Plate, so Lance is probably my best bet. Okay, so they go for Terra. Yeah, they go for Terra Fairy. So they are probably going to Dazzle, so we'll see how Callie takes this. I outspeed. They're probably modest. I'm timid. That does infinite damage. They went for Drift! They sold! They sold! They sold! They went for Drift! They sold! They sold! They sold! They sold! They went for Drift! Here goes our Lance! They sold with the Drift. They probably thought I would Protect. I wonder if Callie I would have lived a Dazzle there. I wonder. Because it was Terra boosted and Terrain. Do they earn commission? No, I took commission from that one. That gets us into Master Ball, right? I can stop, like, trying now? Yeah, can I stop trying now? Does that get us into Master Ball? Can I use stupid teams on the ladder again? Yeah. Now I can use dumb teams on the ladder. I can stop carrying now. Whee! Arcana, what's up? Okie dokie. See, what a good way to end stream. What a good way to end stream. Alright. Well, thanks for hanging out. I guess my freaking mess up was your guys' benefit because we got 3 streams in a row. So I guess it's gonna be 4. It's gonna be 4 because I have to stream tomorrow too. So I'm gonna say bye to TikTok first. It's been real. Thanks for hanging out, TikTok. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye. Ay, ay, ay. Ending already? I've been live for 4 hours and 13 minutes. It has been a long time. First said 1 more hour. Stop it. Oh, stop it. You guys already got 3 streams in a row, and now you're gonna get a 4th tomorrow. You're so welcome. Don't say I never did nothing for you. First said a full 5 hours. Stop. Alright, this was fun. Sorry, I apologize. If who I was supposed to help today is watching, I apologize once again for the billionth time. I should have checked better. And for everyone else, remember to brush your hair, brush your teeth, drink some water, eat some food, get some sleep, take a shower, and have a good night. I will see you all tomorrow. Goodbye and good night, everybody.